your home for Kings talk and so much more.
Live and local.
Allen Stiles on Sacktown Sports.
Yes. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports, taking you up to 2 p.m. I hope everyone had a really, really, really good weekend. If you got paid, I hope you enjoyed that paycheck. You worked your butt off. You deserve it. If you didn't get paid, well, keep working. I'm sure it'll happen this week, so keep working your butt off as well. And we want to give a gift to those that work their butt offs. Heck, even if you don't work your butt off, you're still going to have a chance. We're giving away Lumineers tickets. Yes, we are. That's at 1 o'clock. And last week, we had tickets that went like hotcakes, a Monster Jam. 'Tis the season in the summer. It is Christmas in July, after all, for a couple more weeks, if you will. So we're going to keep that going with the Lumineers ticket giveaway at 1 p.m. And the Kings, did they give away the game? Oh, it's too early for a Senor Segway strikes again. But I definitely did. Kyle, with the haircut behind the glass, you got your ears lowered. That's what they said back in the day. What was the decision, Kyle? Just, summer needed to clean up a bit?
Yeah, well, one, I'm going back home for my grandma's birthday, and she likes short hair. But
oh, wow. That's what a guy.
It's also been 8 months since my last haircut, and I had just decided it's no more. Well, it was getting to, I was like trimming the front a little bit. I guess I should put myself on YouTube so people can see it. But yeah, like, I've been trimming back the fronts and the sides a bit, and at a certain point, I was like, you know what? We just need to get rid of it. Not all of it, but most of it.
Now, going back to, if you've been listening to the show, thank you for listening. If you're new, appreciate you giving us a shot. So, what was that, Kyle, a couple months ago when we had the conversation about haircut? Do you mind giving us a ballpark of how much the haircut was? Was it as much as mine?
Well, let's start off by reminding people, what was yours that you pay, every 10 days or every 2 weeks?
About every 2 weeks. Yeah, we're below 100, above 50.
Yes, that's including tip.
Yes, without tip, but also yes.
Both.
Yes.
It's for both. So, yes, and I made you upset because I said it was $25 plus the tip normally for my haircut.
That's right.
This was obviously a specialty haircut because there's a lot of hair going on.
There's a lot of hair.
So at the end of it all, first haircut in 8 months, a whopping total of $45.
See?
Included, that is tip included.
Must be nice.
$45 for this.
And that's a big one for you. That's an expensive one.
This is the most I've ever spent on a haircut in my life.
Well, grandma deserves it, and you look good. So appreciate you doing what you do and looking good for Granny. So when are you headed back down?
Not this weekend, the weekend after.
I hope it doesn't grow back too fast.
I left more than usual. Okay. Before you knew me, it would be like when I got a haircut, we're doing a 3 buzz on the sides, 2 on the top. All the hair's gone. But we left a little bit. It's just disorienting because of how long my hair was down to like the back of my neck before this.
All right. Well, shout out to Granny, and she's going to really enjoy seeing you with the short hair. I really enjoyed watching the Sacramento Kings, the Summer League squad, these past couple weeks here, and it's all over. So we have plenty of takeaways from what went down out there in Vegas. Feels crazy that I was out there for it and how long they're actually out there. Shout out to the Kings content team and obviously the coaching staff, everybody that had to be out there in Vegas for as long as they were out there, because I was out there for 2 nights, 3 days. We had Chris Watkins and Brandon Nunez out there for about a week, and they still didn't last as long as the actual Summer League. So shout out to everybody that had to be in Vegas. I'm just assuming they are just so sick and tired of everything Vegas that they probably won't go back until next year's Summer League. So great stuff. All the content that got put out, whether it was from our platform, whether it was from the official Kings platform. Shout out to everybody that made it a really good experience and gave a lot of people really good feelings and really good hope, but did not end the way a lot of us would have hoped as the Kings lose to the Charlotte Hornets 83-78, doing their best big league impression as far as the big league squad is concerned, as they were down big early, made a fake comeback, and then kind of tricked off their situation at the end. And you had, look, there's going to be a lot of Isaac Jones talk tonight, or today, and maybe leading into tonight, because I'll just be talking to my wife about Isaac Jones and how he surprised the heck out of me. But spoiler alert, he's my big winner of the Summer League. It's not Nick Clifford. It's not Maxime Reyno. It's not Devin Carter. It's not any of them. And it's not just me who feels like that. There are kind of national outlets recognizing what Isaac Jones did. And he came in at number 1 on multiple lists as far as what he was able to do. When he hit that wing 3, after kind of what was it, Nick got caught in between because Devin Carter was trying to sell the moving screen, which I don't know that it was a moving screen. Nick got caught in between. They gave up the 3 to Knippel. And right after that, Isaac Jones hit a wing 3 with his stones on the table. I thought, oh my goodness, I need to put some respect on this man's name expeditiously. Because this dude is showing up. And I understand that it's Summer League, but when we look around and you don't want to spend too much on certain players and you don't know who's going to be available, this is the type of stuff we're talking about. And as much as we talk about Keon being undrafted, can lightning strike twice in the same place? It's not typical, but it can. It can. And I'm not saying that that's the case yet with Isaac Jones, but I am putting a new level of respect on his name. I didn't think he had it like that. They were feeding this man in the post like he was Kevin Garnett. He had, 36 in the semis? So Isaac Jones, to me, and I gotta wear it here, because on these and Hot Honey Jones, he was on the show. I talked to him because it was his birthday during Summer League. And we loved him on the show. But deep down, I thought, this is just a good story. This is not a really good team. These stories happen on every team. That's what it is. These stories happen on every team. And look, I'm really glad that Isaac Jones is getting NBA time. But dare I say, because I'm honest, dare I say this says more about the Kings than it does about Isaac Jones. With all the respect in the world, that's how I felt. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I got egg on my face this morning. Because watching what he did this weekend showed me that this is not just a situation where it was right place, right time, which is a lot of life in general. He showed me that this dude can be a real piece on an NBA team, a real rotation piece on an NBA team. Now he's taking threes. He can defend. He's a nightmare offensively. He's starting to find his offensive bag. He's got a great motor. He is the big winner for me for the Sacramento Kings in this Summer League. All respect to Nick. All respect to Maxime. Devin Carter was a little bit hot and cold. We'll spend some time on Devin Carter. Not trying to sound like a hater, I promise you. But we got to evaluate what we saw. He had some good moments last night too. But I walked away not thinking about Knippel or anybody else. By the way, Tajon Salon just doesn't play.
Was that an injury thing?
I don't know, but I'm gonna ride my Maxime Reyno pick as much as I can, because my boys from 2024, all the people that I love from 2024, it ain't looking great. Dalton Connect had a rough Summer League. Tajon Salon just don't play.
That one, the fact that you were so in on him and he has a chance to be like the biggest bust of that draft class is hilarious.
Crazy. And it's the Hornets, where if you can't get time on the Hornets, what are we talking about? So it ain't about any of them. To me, it's about Isaac Hot Honey Jones. And I was just speechless watching this dude ball. And part of it is he's continuing to evolve in front of us. We're watching it. When I was out for the All-Star game in the Bay Area out there in SF, I went to the kind of G League All-Star extravaganza. And Isaac Jones be bodying dudes up. But when I saw it, I'm thinking, okay, he's bodying dudes up, but This is the G League, right? You know, those tweener type players. This is him. And could he elevate his game enough to move past that kind of tweener standpoint? And I think, and I'm going to do it here, it's early in the morning for a shot of Styles Espresso, but could his three-pointer, Kyle, somebody's got to unlock the offense. Could Isaac Jones, his three-pointer, unlock the Kings offense? It ain't going to be Valanciunas now. Now you got Isaac Jones taking transition wing threes. What are we talking about here?
So here's kind of my thoughts on Isaac Jones. And this is kind of similar to Mason Jones in a way, but I think he's a good example of it because he's played such little basketball in his career. Isaac Jones is either going to be an NBA contributor because like he still has to find a role on the Kings, right? He's not going to be like playing with the ball in his hands on offense with the Kings. So he's either going to fit a role and be one of those found money all-stars for the Kings, like a chance to make $100 million in the league, or he is going to like win multiple championships with the Guangdong Tigers.
Yes, he's a player. Yeah, he's a player.
Like they're just some guys that are like they don't fit into the roles of the NBA, but then they go to international leagues where the competition is lower and they just kill it, right?
He's going to make money playing basketball for the rest of his life. We don't know if it's going to be with the Kings per se, but it's going to be somewhere. You know who he reminds me of? And it's kind of a body type thing, and he doesn't shoot it as well as this guy yet. But if I'm him, I'm looking at Gershon Yabusele. That's who I'm looking at.
That's a good shout.
Start to work on your three, and he's already doing it. Continue to work on that. Continue to take advantage of certain matchups and just go from there. And Yabusele is a guy, he was in, he was out. He balled out for France in the Olympics, and now he's an NBA player again. So shout out to Isaac Jones. Let's go through the box score here. As Isaac Jones had 24, he was 10 of 17, 1 for 1 from 3 with that crazy transition 3 towards the end of the game. Maxime Reynaud cooled off a bit. Nick Clifford cooled off a lot, 4 for 15. He had 10. Maxime had 9, 7 rebounds for Maxime. He feels like he probably should have had 12. He's got to get on some muscle milk. That's just the reality of the situation. Nick Clifford, to me, forced it a little bit, and that was kind of rough sledding. Devin Carter, speaking of forcing it, 13 points. He was 2 of 10 from three-point range. You did not hear that incorrectly. That's what it was. 2 of 10 from three-point range, 5 of 16 from the field. He did have 7 assists, and he only had 1 turnover, Devin Carter. Neek had 3, by the way. Isaiah Stevens, I liked what I saw from Isaiah Stevens. He had a good game in the semis as well. Only 2 points in the finals. Daquan Plowden, kind of rough sledding. I was texting the roundtable guys, and I don't really know. And if you're just now joining us, that's Brendan Nunez, Chris Watkins, and Franco Carticelli. I was not looking for pizza. Just to make that clear. Daquan Plowden, I don't know what happened, Kyle, on that free throw. I don't know if he fell. What I told them was I think he fell and was trying to stay out of the way. That's what I think he was trying to do.
You're talking about at the very end.
At the very end, when who was it? Khan, he missed the free throw.
And it hit
I think he was trying to sell a push.
And it hit his leg, and then Isaac Jones kicked it out.
Yes.
Yeah. I don't know exactly that specific play, although this was funny because I had only watched like maybe 20 minutes of Summer League the entire year until that game. I was like, man, these guys are falling on the floor a lot. Like a lot of dudes like falling and jumping, and they let it go a little bit more contact wise than I was expecting. But that one play specifically, I don't know what led to him going to the ground, if there should have been a foul, if there shouldn't. And quite frankly, I haven't gone back to figure it out.
No, and it's quite all right. You do not need to. It looked like maybe there was a little something there. Then once he was on the ground, I don't know if he was trying to sell it, or if he felt he would be better served to stay out of the way. But it was just a very bad news Bears play in general. And once that happened, they were down 2 at that point. And you get the miss. All you have to do is tie it up. And first of all, you got to secure the rebound, which they were not able to do. So a great run for the Kings. I'm not really tripping. A lot of people are freaking out. Neek Clifford cooled off. Look, man, they shut down Cooper, and I'm not comparing Neek to Cooper Flagg, but they shut down Cooper Flagg after a couple games. They shut down a lot of these guys. You don't get to see warts. That's how I always felt at showcases, right? At baseball showcases. All I got to do is get one hit, right? Get one hit, catch one fly ball, and run a decent 60, and hopefully somebody recognizes me, because I want to get taken out of the game after that. That's why these showcases are ridiculous, because you're not seeing the actual player. It's like a highlight reel. So a lot of these guys that got pulled out after 1 game, 2 game, maybe 3 games, we don't know if they would have had bad games or not. The Kings played 6 games, right? They played 6. So you're going to see more when guys play that much. So I'm not tripping. People, oh my goodness, Neek Clifford, it's up and down. And Maxime, yeah, well, they're rookies. And again, you watch them play much longer than you watched some of these other rookies who got shut down, even the second-year guys that got shut down. This is what happens when you don't get shut down. You're not going to have a great game. Think about it like this. If this was a regular season, throughout the course of 6 games, would you expect a rookie to play well for 6 games straight? Probably not, especially if we're talking about a late first-rounder and a second-rounder. That's just what it is. So if you are one of those people that was in my mentions, or if you're just one of those people that was feeling as if, my goodness, Neek Clifford, I thought he was going to save us. Look, I don't know that he's going to save us or not. What I do know is that the bigger a sample size gets, the more you are going to see, and that's just the reality of the situation. 916-339-1140 if you want to be a part of the conversation. I know some of you are hyped up on Summer League. Others are going to tell you to get the hype train to stop. But regardless of where you fall, hop on the phone line and the text line and be a part of the conversation, and join our YouTube, Sacktown Sports. You can check that out as well. If you're in your car and you pull up and you want to keep listening, go ahead and chat with everybody in there. Good people in there, and most of the time they behave themselves. Speaking of behaving themselves, Marcus Smart signs with the Lakers. That's bad behavior, but
your segue strikes again.
That's a 2.
This is a rough start.
2.
This is a rough
That
start.
is a maybe 1.5.
It's still better than that first one you did.
Marcus Smart signs with the Lakers. And of course, as we do with every Laker that signs with the Lakers, now Marcus Smart is good again. I am not changing my stance. I am standing on business. I did not want Marcus Smart. I don't think the Kings needed another combo guard, even if he's a dog. He can go to the Lakers, and maybe he'll be good. But I am not changing my stance now that he is with the Lakers. Everyone, how did they get Marcus Smart? Stop it. Stop it. Now, a lot of you were checking for Marcus Smart. Don't get me wrong. I know you were. But if you weren't checking for Marcus Smart, don't now check for Marcus Smart because he's a Laker. Just stop doing that, okay?
I don't know. Lakers got a squad now.
Okay. So I don't police fandom. You can do whatever you want, but I'm not doing it. I didn't want Marcus Smart on the squad, and maybe he'll be good for the Lakers. I don't know. Again, I'm very honest on this show. I'm not going to pretend like I've watched Marcus Smart play. Number one, he hasn't even played. He's been injured.
Have you watched him play since he left the Celtics?
No.
That's kind of the point. He was on the Grizzlies for 1 year and he got hurt. Then he didn't play last year. Then he got traded to Washington and didn't play that one Washington game against the Kings. I literally don't know if I've seen Marcus Smart since leaving Boston.
No. And maybe he'll be good for the Lakers. I don't know. I am excited to watch so I can actually figure it out.
He's going to back up Gabe Vincent.
Yeah, just, hey, I've seen you play well once before. Come on down. Speaking of playing well once before, Chris Paul, he finally did it. He finally got to the Clippers. He basically, I don't know if he locked them in an alley or locked them in a room and said, you're going to sign me, damn it. But Chris Paul is back with the Clippers, as I guess was always going to be the plan. 12-time All-Star. This is from Shams, and this happened this morning. 12-time All-Star Chris Paul has agreed to a deal with the Los Angeles Clippers, and he chose the contending Clippers and their shared history in L.A. for his likely final 21st NBA season. I don't know if he's going to start. I mean, he said, obviously, that was part of the holdup, but was it part of the holdup, or was that, hey, well, I'll start somewhere else. I can be convinced to go somewhere else if I start. I'm okay coming off the bench for the Clippers. I have no clue, but the Clippers, this is turning into their last dance. And you know what it feels like? My wife always jokes about those movies that have too many stars in it, right? Where they're not even actual, like Valentine's Day and New Year's Eve or whatever it is, where it's just way too many people. Jamie Foxx pops up, Will Smith, and it's Leonardo DiCaprio, just way too many people. And those movies are either incredible or they just don't really make a ton of sense. That's what's this to me with the Clippers. It's just, all right, maybe this is one too many cooks in the kitchen. I don't know. Again, the same conversation for Westbrook where it's, hey, Chris Paul, if you're saying it's your last season, you can't think that you're supposed to start, right?
Yeah. Well, first of all, the movie I always think of with that is Amsterdam, which had John David Washington, but it was like Taylor Swift made a minute cameo in that movie. I was like, we're doing too much.
Yeah,
here.
Get everybody in there.
Not even actors. Just throw Taylor Swift in there. Who cares? To that point, he's definitely not going to start on the Clippers because the Clippers mostly run James Harden at the point. Mm-hmm. I don't think they can get away defensively with playing James Harden and Chris Paul on the floor at the same time, other than like 5-minute spurts. But if you look at their team, they are really balanced roster now. You've got James Harden and Chris Paul. You've got Chris Dunn and Bradley Beal, one offense, one defense at the 2 guard. You've got Kawhi, Derek Jones Jr., you got John Collins, Batum, and Bogdanovich. You've got Zubac and Brook Lopez. Like, they legitimately go 10 deep now. And who knows? Chris Paul might not give them anything at this point, but
vibes,
and it's not the last dance, but it's like the last dance before the last dance, I feel like, for them. It's like they got 2 more runs in them, and then it's just about over for the Clippers.
Yeah, and we'll see what happens. Is this pushing you over the top with the Clippers? Do you have them as a 2 seed? Do you have them as a 1 seed? Are they going to take wins away from the Kings? We got to run our tankathon today. It's Monday. And also double check the win total for the Kings. Did it drop even more with the moves that have been made? When we return, we continue to break down everything that happened in Summer League. The big winner of the summer, Isaac Jones. Even though some on the text line are disagreeing with my assessment, let's see if they disagree with Hoop Hype's assessment as well. 4 hours with you. Good to be back on a Monday. Allen Stiles, on Sports.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
Big year. I'm starting middle school.
Welcome to the jungle, Missy.
Best part? My parents promised me a new laptop.
Perfect for homework, essays, and drudgery.
So we went to Staples. They had all the latest tech, and laptops were up to 40% off.
Woo! Another back-to-school budget saved by Staples Easy Button.
Mom high-fived the cashier. So embarrassing.
Staples.
That was easy.
In-store, online, and on the app. In 23 select models only.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Around here, the summer can smack you silly, especially if your AC is not functioning at a high level. Whitey Gleason here. I had the opposite problem over the winter. System went down. It was panic time, but Lee's Air Plumbing and Heating saved the day. Let them save you from unnecessary summer misery. Lee's Air Plumbing and Heating, reliable, trustworthy. They do great work. They won awards for their service. Check the reviews at leesair.com. Find out about their $99 HVAC tune-up service. Save your summer now. Lee's Air Plumbing and Heating on the web at leesair.com. License number 635355.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave. I got to tell you, I am so excited to get this decking project started with Trex Decking and Railings. From the first time I stepped foot in the showroom last week, I was so impressed. So many color options, heat-resistant composite deck. What does that mean? That means I don't have to do any maintenance on it whatsoever. They even have a deck designer, so you can go online and see what your dream deck will look like on your house. Just visit Trex, that's Trex.com to get it started. Tell them Carmichael Dave sent you.
And we're back, live during a Flex Alert. Dialed in on the thermostat. Oh, we're pre-cooling before 4 p.m., folks.
And that's the end of the third. Time to set it back to 78 from 4 to 9 p.m. Clutch move by the home team. What's the game plan from here on out?
Laundry?
Not today.
Dishwasher?
Sidelined.
What a performance by Team California. The power truly is ours.
During a Flex Alert, pre-cool, power down, and let's beat the heat together.
The summer sell down is on at Leda Chevy with $3,000 off MSRP on every new 2025 Trax in stock. $3,000 off Trax exclusively at Leda Chevy. Now that's big, huge. See them all at LedaChevy.com. Together, let's drive.
See dealer for details.
At Kids Care Dental and Orthodontics, we're all about summer smiles. During July, we're having our Summer Smiles special with $300 off braces or Invisalign with no money down if you start treatment in July. And you'll have a chance to win Legoland tickets. Go to kidscaredental.com for more information.
I'm Ken Korak with your Green and Gold Report, brought to you by Comcast Business, powering possibilities. Well, the story of Brent Rooker keeps getting better and better. Not long ago, he was with 3 different organizations before becoming a waiver claim by the A's. And now he's on pace for his 3rd straight 30-homer season. And when the best players in baseball gather in Atlanta on the 15th, Rooker will take part in his 2nd All-Star game in the last 3 years. Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. It's how retailers become seamlessly restocking, cyber-securing must-visit shops. And it's how healthcare offices become data-managing caregivers that we all depend on. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and Wi-Fi backup, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business.
Allen Stiles
You can join the show by texting 916-339-1140
on Sacktown Sports.
We were joking about that Valentine's Day movie, 2010, and I don't know if they're all made by the same person. Allen Stiles taking you up to 2 p.m. We got some Isaac Jones slander on the text line we're about to read from Folsom Mike. We also have TC on the phone lines. But Kyle, this is what I was talking about. 2010 romantic comedy, and then listen to this group, and features an ensemble cast. This is the Clippers at this point.
Okay, so I just Googled the photo of the cover. I'm like, Jesus, that's a lot of faces.
I never saw it. Don't know what it's about. Jessica Alba, Kathy Bates, Jessica Biel, Bradley Cooper, Patrick Dempsey, Jamie Foxx, Jennifer Garner, Anne Hathaway, Ashton Kutcher, Queen Latifah, Taylor Lautner, George Lopez, Emma Roberts, Julia Roberts, and Taylor Swift in her acting debut. Are you sure this isn't the movie you were talking about?
No, there's another one where they just drag Taylor Swift in and she dies after a minute cameo.
There's no way there's an actual plot with that many people.
There's another one like this. It had Scarlett Johansson in it. I can't remember what it's called now. But,
yes, there's multiple. And that's what the Clippers seem to be to me.
Reminder,
right
this is also 2010, so these are like A-list actors. Yeah. Like Bradley Cooper, like saying Taylor Lautner now is funny. Yeah, but in 2010, Taylor Lautner was an A-list actor.
Yeah, he was cooking, and Isaac Jones was cooking as well, but not good enough.
Segue strikes again.
That's a good one. Not good enough for Folsom Mike. Folsom Mike says, "Stop," in all caps and an exclamation point. Isaac Jones is not good. He had 0 offensive skills, footwork, and fundamental wise, and he made 1 lucky 3 when it was a must-have green to shoot. He can rebound, and that's it. Not an NBA player, Folsom Mike. Why can't we have nice things, Folsom Mike? Why can't we have nice things? Look, I understand that it's Summer League, but the brother had 36 in the semis, and then he had 24. If it was that easy, why isn't everybody doing that? That's my one argument when it comes to Summer League. My one argument when it comes to Summer League or G League. I understand it's not the NBA, obviously. But if it's so easy to score and he has no skills, as you say, how did he fall into 36 points one night and then 24 the next? How did he fall into, 60 points in 2 games? How did he do it? With no skills and bad fundamentally. That seems tough to do. That must be more impressive if he has no skills and scored 60 points in 2 games. I'm not sitting here saying that he's going to be the next star in the NBA, but he looks like he could be a rotation piece. And I know it's not likely to have two undrafted guys be real pieces on your team in the league, but maybe the Kings could pull it off. And if not, that's why I also said I just think he's going to make money playing basketball. Right? As the story goes with Isaac Jones, and obviously he's a good friend of the show, so maybe I got purple-colored lenses on. But as the story goes with Isaac Jones, he was done playing basketball after high school. A buddy who was, I think, a point guard. They needed size on their junior college team, went and got him. He said, okay, I'll play. Ends up balling out, goes to the JUCO, then goes to a small D1, and then transfers to the Pac-12 at Washington State, I believe. So, yeah, is there a little bit of me letting that affect how I feel? Maybe, but who cares? Who cares? It was a lot of fun this weekend, and I hope he continues. This is Found Money Part 2. Maybe it is Found Money Part 2. 916 says if Isaac Jones is in your rotation, you're probably not a very good NBA team. He's so mid. What are we doing here? What are we doing here? Okay, do we want to talk about trades that aren't going to be made? Do we want to talk about
What are we doing?
Do we want to talk about Ben Simmons again? I mean, geez Louise, folks. You don't have to be annoyed and upset all the time. Okay? It's okay to enjoy things. I promise you. Sacramento King fans, you can enjoy things too. And who cares? If you said, oh man, I thought he was going to be good because of Summer League, turns out he can't. Right now, 916, if you look at the Kings 4 rotation, that's where we're at. And we'll go over all of the rumors. But you know what? Everybody has already written there what happened at Summer League. You know what that means? That right now it's dry. It's dry right now. I hate to tell you. I can sit here and I can play game, and I hope I'm saying this and something breaks during the show. Truthfully I do, but I'm telling you right now, it's as dry as the Vegas desert. It's so dry that Chris Paul said, "All right, I'll sign." There's nothing else going on. I guess I'll sign. People will talk about me because there's nothing else to talk about. That's what it is. I don't understand this thing that Kings fans do. It's almost like a defense mechanism. You don't want to be hurt. So even though somebody played well, you don't even want to enjoy that. That's bizarre to me. It's just kind of bizarre to me. Like, who fans like that? Why do you do that?
I don't know about who fans like that, but like the underlying point is they do need a backup power forward.
That's what I'm saying. Like, look around. Is he better? He's better. I will take him over Dario Saric now.
But you're just doing that because of the hope that he will become something that, Dario Saric isn't going to be on the team next year.
No, just play Isaac Jones. Yeah, I'm not sitting here saying he's going to be an all-star, but let's look in the fridge again, folks. What do we got? We got mustard. We got a little bit of bologna.
And Dario Saric.
That's in the fridge, folks.
Can you make a sandwich with that?
You could try. I'll take some hot honey on my sandwich.
Which, by the way, to the point about Dario, like, there are minutes to be had, right? Keegan's only going to play 30-some-odd minutes a game, so someone's going to have to play backup 4. Maybe it's someone not on the team right now. Maybe it's Dario Saric. Maybe it's Isaac Jones.
Yeah.
Maybe it's Drew Eubanks. Like, who cares?
Look, I wish I could tell y'all this morning, hey, guys, and someone's going to get in the car and hear this and start freaking out. Hey, so I was talking to some people yesterday, and per source, looks like the Kings are interested in PJ Washington. Looks like they are. I wish I could say that, but I'm not hearing that. Dave had to go out and shut down the Ben Simmons stuff. This is where we're at right now. So you're better off enjoying Isaac Jones,
I guess,
until there is something else.
Well, I think the thing to take away also is like, okay, Sacramento added Nick Clifford and Maxime Reynaud.
Yeah.
Excellent job by the both of them. But the rest of it was basically the Stockton Kings from last year, the Stockton Kings that won the championship. and then came to Summer League and finished second place.
Right.
It's evidence that whatever they've got going on in Stockton is producing results.
Right.
Isaac Jones is one of those key parts of it. That Isaac Jones was the only two-way guy last year who earned a fully guaranteed NBA contract. That is a tribute to your player development staff.
He is going to play. He's going to play. And you should be happy that he played well. What's the reverse of that? Because think about it. When it gets to the time to talk about Devin Carter, right, it might not be all rainbows and butterflies, okay? He had some good moments, but I look at him a bit differently being that second-year guy. So we have to be able to enjoy some things. We got people talking about Nick Clifford having a bad last game. They played 6 games. What are we actually doing here?
I don't know. The one thing I did learn kind of near the end of the Summer League, mostly the semifinals when they changed the rules with the fouls, is like, man, Nick Clifford fouls a lot.
Yeah, but they're kind of – Keon did the same thing last season. I don't know what to do with that because a lot of times the coaches say use them.
No, I take nothing from actual Summer League play and the rules and stuff like that. Even the competition that itself is – ultimately an exhibition. Even though the Hornets got those nice championship rings, it is ultimately an exhibition. So, and it's also, closer to G League basketball than NBA basketball. So, I look at this and I'm like, okay, Nick Clifford would dominate in the G League. Isaac Jones will dominate in the G League.
By the way, the Kings were getting roasted by, I saw Raptors fans just on social media because they were they didn't have, Raptor fans were roasting them because the Kings are an older G League team. And they were basically roasting Sacramento Kings in general, saying, y'all are so cooked. You got 29-year-olds on the roster. There's no 19-year-olds on the roster. So the hate is already coming, folks. We don't have to do it to ourselves.
I mean, they had the oldest player in the Summer League, not named Scalavizier, who was previously on the team. Oldest player. Oldest starter, Mason Jones. Oldest first-round pick, Nick Clifford. Devin Carter's 23 years old. So it is kind of true, but they're also
they can do it. They can hate on us. We can't hate on ourselves.
Sure, they also have a championship banner being hung in the Stockton Arena to show for it.
It's like, if you're going to be the oldest, you better win, and at least they're doing so, even though they didn't win yesterday. 916-339-1140. Let's go to TC. Wants to be a part of the conversation. What's up, TC? Happy Monday. What you got for us? TC, are you in a Transformer? What's going on? Are you in a Decepticon? What's going on, TC?
Nah, bro, that was my pressure washer. I had to shut it off. My bad.
What's up? What you got for us?
Y'all got me?
Yeah.
Okay, now, so listen, I'm taking a different perspective because everybody's going to fan how they're going to fan. I've seen what I need to see, right, from our young cats, right? And also, we as Kings, we keep talking about reaching out for different wing help. We need to go get this guy. Bro, we're developing guys in our backyard, and we're so blind sometimes that we want to complain so much as Kings fans that we're overlooking at the development of these players like Isaac Jones, the Keon Ellis, Crawford coming up in the wings, Nick Clifford, the boy Maxime. If I took anything from Summer League, is Maxime, what I want you to do is you're a top dog, but I want you to get stronger, and I want you to be a better rebounder. Nick's going to finish. He's going to figure out that foul, that defending without fouling, because Doug Christie's going to get with him one-on-one, and he's going to be fun. But that step-back three, bro, that he hit in the corner, that was like Jason Tatum-ish, bro.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that's a great call, TC, because you have to have a little bit of audacity. And that Nick Clifford, and obviously I don't know, but I don't believe he'll have that type of audacity in the, when he gets to the NBA and other guys are out there. But it's good to see that he's got that in him because the Kings might need that. And that three was straight up, I'm that dude, and I'm going to do what I need to do. So I appreciate it, TC. And look, we're having some fun here. Obviously, it's Summer League. If you don't want to get hyped up, if you don't want to hop on the hype train, then don't hop on the hype train. We still got 4 hours with you, and we still have the big squad to talk about, obviously the NBA, and who's going to be on the squad as far as point guards, Westbrook, Simmons, whatever it is. So you can enjoy Summer League. You don't need to. If you want to, you can. It's over now, and we are going to keep it going with your top performer. We will tell you who that was according to Hoops Hype when we return. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Progressive's Auto Quote Explorer lets you easily compare direct rates from different insurance companies, so you can be confident you're getting the right one, even if it's not with Progressive. Way more confident than you were when you bought that TV in the parking lot. It just happened to not come in a box or include a remote. And when you finally managed to turn it on, all it displayed was the menu of Grumpy's Tacos. So use Progressive's Auto Quote Explorer and be confident you're getting insurance that's right for you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Ooh, ma. What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma cloud phone system. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs. You sound very calm. I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees. Ooma. Nice. Find your business comm at ooma.com/radio.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
With 25 award-winning years in Northern California, Ashton & Price is your local injury law firm. Pro attorney tip: if a firm presents it's local, but they're in LA, red flag. If your first consultation is not with a lawyer, big red flag. At Ashton & Price, your first consult is with a local attorney, and if serious injury prevents travel, a lawyer will come to you. Still not enough? George Washington's my uncle. At Ashton & Price, no red flags, just red, white, and blue.
Remember, for the best advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton and Price.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Are you thinking about buying a new car? Well, maybe you're on the fence. Let me help you out. Kyle Draper here from Mercedes-Benz of Stockton. From the first time I stepped into the MP of Stockton showroom, I knew I made the right choice. I settled on the all-electric EQS SUV. It's comfortable, stylish, and most importantly, it's safe. Mercedes-Benz has the reputation of making the finest cars in the world. Now it's your turn to experience what I already know. Mercedes-Benz of Stockton is the best car buying experience you'll ever have. It's just a short drive down I-5 or anytime at mbfstockton.com.
Get ready for a night out with Jordan Davis. It's Country in the Park 2, Saturday, September 13th at Cal Expo. Along with special guests Mitchell Tenpenny, Low Cash, Vincent Mason, and Averyana. Make it a family day out with food trucks, games, dancing, and more. Saturday, September 13th at Cal Expo. Sponsored by the California Army National Guard and Hop Valley Brewing. Tickets at CITPFest.com.
Looking for the perfect night out? Head to Sutter Health Park and experience Sacramento River Cats baseball. Catch the action, enjoy local craft brews, and savor those ballpark vibes all season long. Grab your crew and secure your seats at rivercats.com.
Allen Stiles. Watch the show on youtube.com/Sacktown Sports 1140.
Or listen on the Sacktown Sports app.
Taking you up to 2 p.m. 916 says, I just enjoyed watching basketball without watching some of the guys I can't stand playing. Hey, fair enough. Fair enough. As we discuss Isaac Jones and what he did, here is the note. Top performer per Hoops Hype. The top performer of the Summer League was Isaac Jones, okay? And that was per their global rating. And based on their global rating, and what is their global rating? It is a statistical tool created by Hoops Hype that measures players and teams' performance, taking into account not only individual stats, but also team and competition strength. So they had Isaac Jones, number one in that regard, which, hey, you know, like I said, you can take it with a grain of salt if you want. I'm still going to enjoy it because it's better than not having anybody on that list. And
sounds like he got robbed of Summer League MVP.
That's what it sounds like. They had David Jones at number 2, Jordan Miller at number 3, Enrique Freeman at number 4, and Javon Freeman Liberty at number 5. Nick Clifford came in at number 9, and Devin Carter came in at number 12. So those honors go to one Isaac Jones. And look, man, like I said, I am really excited from what I saw. I'm going to be realistic about this and obviously understand that, yeah, I don't think that we should be talking about Isaac Jones starting or anything like that, but you can still be happy about it. Here is the full list. Isaac Jones was first. Nick Clifford was 9th. Devin Carter was 12th. Mason Jones was 45th. Maxime Reynaud was 48th. Isaiah Stevens was 58th. Daquan Plowden was 100th. So those were all the guys that came in the top 100. And there you have it. Obviously, we're going to spend some time on Devin Carter. And I would say a really confusing Summer League for Devin Carter. And in this situation, that's not great, right? I shouldn't be using the word confusing with Devin Carter, and I am using the word confusing with Devin Carter because, you know, a lot of people said, oh, man, stock down. I don't know. I mean, he did show flashes. It's not as if he showed nothing. Would you have liked him to show more? Yes, but he's playing a position that is not his typical position. The Kings essentially went into that Summer League with, I guess, no point guard besides Isaiah Stevens. Isaiah Stevens was their main point guard, and because Mason Jones combo, everybody is a combo unless they're not, right? Majority of guards are combos. This is what I'm learning. At least on the Kings there are.
I think Stevens is the only other true point guard.
Yeah, so you had Devin Carter, Nick Clifford, and Mason Jones, who was injured and played through that oblique injury. I felt for Mason Jones because he didn't look great and he probably didn't feel great, right? But he's trying to fight to earn a spot here. He knows he's older than the rest of the guys. He's trying to do what he can do to hang around in this league. So there's no point guard. They're literally trying Devin Carter out at the point guard position, not for the first time as a professional player, for essentially the first time in his career. And he has said as much. He was not a point guard at Providence. I tried to tell y'all. And now, and he's been very open about it now. And they work him in at the point guard position. He had some good moments. He had some hiccups. I like his straight line speed and his ability to touch the paint and dish it. That's kind of all he's got right now from the point guard position because he hasn't been a point guard. So that's not really surprising. So with that being said, they're really just their experience took over from everything else, and that's how they were able to even get to the finals. And then you have Isaac Jones kind of doing his thing, and if it wasn't for kind of Nick Clifford going cold, really the whole team was cold. At one point, Kyle, let me look it up, but at one point, I have it right here, they were at 14% from three, doing their very best Kings impression, Sacramento Kings. They ended at 20.6% from three, 7 for 34. Because it felt, that's when you know it's bad, because it felt like the Hornets weren't making any threes. And the Hornets were at 31%, which is 9 of 29, which is also very bad.
I think the Hornets had multiple 5-minute stretches in the second half where they didn't score.
Right.
They spent half of the second half not scoring points, and it still felt like they were doing better than the Kings shooting.
Yeah, the Kings, this is a straight up Sacramento Kings classic. They shot 20.6% from three, 36.5% from the field, 64% from free throw.
To your point, I pulled up the box score. They were 3 for 9 in the fourth quarter from three, including the Isaac Jones one. So in the first three quarters, they were 4 for 25 from the 3-point line as a team. That's insane.
Yeah, you're not going to win. You're not going to win.
Even
that
summer
simple.
league.
If they make, and I'll do the thing. If they make their free throws, it's a tie ball game. We're still playing. They missed 5 free throws. So there you have it. That's kind of how the cookie crumbles with summer league. But I think we did learn a lot. By the way, how have summer league champions historically done in the regular season just for fun? And this is also the first thing the Hornets have ever won, apparently, ever in their history. The 2024 Miami Heat, they were what? They made it to
They were 8 seed.
Yeah, they were an 8 seed.
The Grizzlies were an 8. Have you looked at the numbers at the bottom yet that I put on this list? Because it's very funny. I took the last 7 teams that either won the summer league or played in the championship. Mm-hmm. So 14 teams. They've played over 1,000 regular season NBA games. Do you think they've won more games or lost more games? If you had to guess, all teams
lost.
You would be wrong. It's 1, but all 14 teams in the last 8 years that either won the championship or played in the championship game combined would be 3 games over 500.
Wow.
They are 562 wins, 559 losses. Basically,
it's just a completely different.
It means
entity.
nothing.
Yeah.
Essentially, it's completely random. Like 50% of them made the playoffs.
Yeah.
1 team won the conference championship. 2 teams went to the conference finals. Like, it's just, you could pick any 2 random teams and would have just as good of a chance of how good they did in the regular season.
Yeah, and summer league, different teams are trying to do different things. For example, with the Mavericks shutting down Cooper Flag. So the whole thing is a crapshoot, but at least we had some fun times along the way. Summer league finals, let's play a little stock up, stock down when we return. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
There was always a crowd gathered around our dining table when I was growing up. Hi, I'm Frank LaRosa with a word about Naturewood Home Furnishings. Everyone was welcome at my mother's table, so holidays, birthdays, and celebrations always included family and friends. I used to think I was the most popular kid in the neighborhood until I realized that my friends were really there for my mother's incredible cooking. Years later, when I bought my own dining table from Naturewood, I made sure it was large enough to make friends feel welcome. And right now, during Naturewood Home Furnishings' Dine in Style sale, you have an opportunity to find the perfect dining room furniture to help you create your own treasured memories. Choose from casual to formal or anything in between. Visit Naturewood Home Furnishings during the Dine in Style sale off Highway 50 at Hazel. Look for the water wheel.
Whoa, it's you, the Capital One Bank guy.
That's what they call me.
Mind if I get a selfie?
Yeah, sure thing. Save no fees or minimums on your Capital One checking account.
Wow, that's a keeper. So, where are you heading?
I'm off to spread the good news that Capital One helps people keep more money in their wallet with no overdraft fees.
Oh, you're the best Capital One Bank guy.
Hey, mind if I get a selfie?
Sure.
Say, Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank for details. Capital One NA, member FDIC.
With Progressive, you can reach customer service in the way that's easiest for you, by phone, app, or online. We know it would be great if we just magically appeared, but that's more of a genie thing, and we do insurance. But with us, you'd be like, well, it wasn't a genie, but it was great customer service, so that's nice. And sure, you probably would still like the whole 3 wishes thing, so if you meet a genie, you should definitely ask. But when you need us, contact Progressive by phone, app, or online. Just no genies. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Lowe's knows big savings make a big difference, especially when you're shopping for appliances. Hurry in to get up to 30% off select major appliances. Plus, My Lowe's Rewards members get free delivery, free haul away, free installation and parts on purchases of $2,500 or more. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 7/30. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. Price, delivery time, and vehicle availability may vary based on order size and location. Exclusions apply. See Lowes.com/delivery for more details.
Progressive's Auto Quote Explorer lets you easily compare direct rates from different insurance companies, so you can be confident you're getting the right one, even if it's not with Progressive. Way more confident than you were when you bought that TV in the parking lot. It just happened to not come in a box or include a remote. And when you finally managed to turn it on, all it displayed was the menu of Grumpy's Tacos. So use Progressive's Auto Quote Explorer and be confident you're getting insurance that's right for you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy.
Carmichael Dave here for my friends at American Energy Heating and Air. Yes, I always tell you they are a family-owned operation, been in business since 81, A-plus Better Business Bureau, but it is hot. We are in those Sacramento hot months. I want to focus on them being your second opinion partner. What does that mean? Maybe you've got somebody you're working with or you've worked with in the past in the HVAC world. Guess what? They want to give you a second opinion. How much does it cost? Nothing. You call them up and say, hey, can I get a second opinion on this deal? They come out and they either say, wow, that's a great deal, you should feel better about that. Or they say, we can beat that price. And usually they're going to beat it by a lot. Guess what? You just saved money and it didn't cost you anything to find out. It's a no-lose situation. Go with a trusted company. American Energy, 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990 or AmericanEnergyAir.com. Jingle Singers, take it away.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
Nighttime is fun time at the Hagen Oaks Top Tracer driving range. It's more relaxed at night with people enjoying technology, where you can play Pebble Beach at Hagen Oaks, compete against your friends in a variety of games, or just practice at your leisure. There's food when you're hungry from hangout eats and drinks, or enjoy a beverage on the brand new patio with relaxed seating. And check out the summer-long free concert schedule. It's the Hagen Oaks driving range nightly until midnight, Fulton Avenue at Business 80.
KHD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento.
Your flagship station for the Beam Team.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
This is Sacktown Sports 1140. Your home for Kings talk and so much more.
Live and local.
Allen Stiles on Sacktown Sports.
Taking you up to 2 p.m., a little stock up, stock down with the Sacramento Kings, the young players for your Sacramento Kings. And let's just start here, Kyle. I felt like this is the most that we've ever talked about Isaac Jones, so I'm going to get him kind of out of the way. Stock up with Isaac Jones. Stock up with Isaac Jones. It's pretty simple. Like I said, if you've been listening the past hour, thank you for listening. And he was nowhere on my board, my radar. So shout out to him that's how you do it. That's how you force yourself on the radar. So we will kind of rock and roll with that one. If anybody disagrees, hop on the text line, 916-339-1140. Call line, text line. Also, 1 o'clock, we are giving away tickets to see the Lumineers at Golden One Center August 6th. So you want to be around if you want to see the Lumineers. That's at 1 p.m. So stock up for Isaac Jones. Pretty simple. Do you have any thoughts, Kyle?
I mean, 30 points. Well, 60 points in 2 games in the semifinals was definitely wonderful. We've seen him put up, 40-point games in the G League this past season. Being an undrafted rookie last year, now getting a full training camp essentially for the first time is going to be interesting to see, because his contract is only guaranteed for this year, right? So it is a little bit of a, you got to show us something, right? Nimi Keita, who was kind of Isaac Jones before Isaac Jones, he spent 3 years between the G League and the NBA team, and after that they were like, hey, thank you, we can't keep you on a 2-way contract anymore, but we don't want to give you a full NBA deal. So he ends up going to Boston, finally gets that NBA contract. Hopefully it works out for Isaac in Sacramento, but to many of the points we just outlined, he's going to have to find a role on this Kings team that is not the role he's been playing for the Summer League team or the G League team. And in my opinion, he's going to have to be able to shoot 36% on 3-pointers, specifically corner threes, if he's going to have a role on this Sacramento Kings team.
Yeah. So I'm right there with you. I will go with stock up for Isaac, and really happy with what I saw. Next, let's go with Maxime Reynaud. I'm going to say, stock up. I know he's my guy. I don't know if it's as up as maybe I would have thought, and here's why. I think that he might be one of the only second rounders with expectations as high as he had them. So much conversation about him slipping to the second, so much conversation about, no, he's really a first rounder, that he dang near got evaluated like a first rounder. And I think he played well, but his expectations shot so high through the roof that I'm going to actually say that his stock is up, but it's not as up, and that's due to his expectations probably being a little bit too high. So I think it'll help him in the long run. I think we're all looking at him a little bit more realistically, but I think going into Summer League, and I didn't help, I was part of the hype train. A lot of people were saying, oh no, this guy's going to be crazy. Then he had that first game where he just went out of his mind to kind of start off, and we're all thinking, man, this is going to be insane. I do think he's going to be a good player, but his stock isn't up as much as some others because his expectations were a little higher than others.
Yeah, it's interesting because he did not star on this Summer League team. In fact, in the semifinal game, they had him on the bench in the closing minutes to go with the 3-guard lineup, the smaller lineup. And they did that a little bit against the Hornets, but it was harder to do that because they have, what's his name, Kalkbrenner, who is 7'2" and just putting shots up over even Isaac Jones, who is a large person, but is, Kalkbrenner for the Hornets was huge. So I guess I look at Maxime Reynaud as like, yes, the stock is up. If you get any contribution from a second-round pick, then your stock is up. And we feel pretty good about the fact he's going to be a contributor almost right away, especially now that they've traded Jonas Valanciunas. I think their plan is for him to back up Damontas Sabonis and do some of the similar things to Sabonis. But at the same time, he was, the 4th or 5th best player on the Kings Summer League team, which – again, it is its own conversation of whether that matters or not. But Devin Carter was excellent. Nate Clifford was really excellent. And Isaac Jones, as we just outlined, had an excellent close to the Summer League. So you didn't quite see that, but you saw enough flashes to be like, that guy can be the player that they hoped would be a contributor as a second round pick and why people thought he would be a first rounder. So it's certainly not down, but it's like kind of about where we thought it was.
Right. And I just think it's really funny because it is based on the hype that's behind you and where you get drafted, because I could see a lot of people being excited about Maxime Reynaud, but then saying, don't be that excited about Isaac Jones, where, hey, I know Isaac Jones is older and has played a year, but even still, couldn't you make the same argument that somebody made on the text line if you're relying on Maxime? If I said, if you're relying on Maxime Reynaud for legitimate minutes, you're probably not a good NBA team. I feel like people would push back on that because of the cachet that's behind his name and the fact that even though he was drafted in the second round, a lot of people felt as if he should have been a first rounder. I had an agent tell me that he should have been a first rounder. So that would be okay. But saying Isaac Jones is going to get legitimate time, that's not okay. So it's just funny how we kind of look at these things. Ultimately, I think it's similar. I think if you're needing legitimate rotation minutes from Maxime Reynaud and rookie, and I mean legit, like 20. If you're needing 20 minutes from Maxime Reynaud every single night, either his stock is through the roof or you're not that good of a team.
Either you got a steal in the draft.
Yeah, one of the biggest steals in recent memory.
Well, I mean, there's one of these every year. I mean, Jalen Wells was starting on a Grizzlies team that made the playoffs, but
they scratched and clawed to the playoffs. And to that point, he was a completely different player. You're not wrong, but we watched it. He was a completely different player when Ja returned.
Yeah.
He just didn't know what to do with his hands. I don't know what I'm doing here.
Yeah, and maybe Reynaud's put in that position. I guess we should also probably just note he had the wrist injury.
That's true.
That kept him out for part of Summer League. So his first 2 games were better than his close, but he also had a wrist injury in the middle, so I don't know how that affects it. But I think to the same point, right, if Nick Clifford, if the starting lineup stays the same and you've got your gluttony of guards, and you have Nick Clifford essentially filling the Jake LaRavia role. You have Isaac Jones as your backup 4 and Maxime Reynaud as your backup 5. Either you've got a young core that's going to develop into a bunch of good role players, or to your point, you're just going to lose those minutes every time Keegan or Sabonis or, I guess in this case, Levine comes off the floor.
Yeah. So, yeah, that's kind of where we're at there. Stock up, stock down. Next on the list would be, of course, Nick Clifford. So Nick Clifford, another obvious one, stock up. Stock up on Nick Clifford. He was an actual first rounder, and somehow his expectations weren't as high as Maxime Reynaud, but he still showed up and showed out for majority of the Summer League. You saw a little bit of, okay, what's going on here? He was kind of out of control yesterday for a lot of it. I think they all started pressing once they were down. It was a really weird game how they even got down that big to begin with. It's just if you don't make, doesn't matter if it's G League, Summer League, or the NBA, it's a make or miss league. And if you don't make shots, you can play great. You can play, and there were some defensive lapses for sure, but you can play the best defense in the world. If you don't make shots, it's going to catch up with you, and it just caught up with them in general. And Nick Clifford, he kind of pressed a little bit between him and Devin, and like we said, the kind of point guard by committee thing, kind of a rough last couple games for Nick, but I still think stock up. Like I said, the oldest first rounder taken, and he should have looked as good as he did. Saw a couple warts towards the end, but I think that's just a result of playing for as long as they did and as many games as they did. So I'm not going to hold it against him. I think he could be a rotation player right now. I continue to feel like all of these 2 guards are redundant, and even in different ways. I know Nick and Malik aren't the same type of player, but they're not far enough apart, in my opinion. So you got those 2, you got Devin, you got Keon. The reality is DeMar DeRozan has been kind of masquerading as a 3 and sometimes a 4. He's really a 2. In my mind, he's always been a 2. So, and you got Zach LaVine, who also is probably a 2. So it's just a lot of the same position. But with that being said, I think what Nick brings to the table defensively and the size that he has is going to allow him to make his way into the rotation. Stock up, similar to Maxime. Stock was way up, and then you keep playing. You start seeing why they went where they went, and that's okay. That's okay. I think he's going to get time on this team.
Yeah, they were talking about shutting him down early on in the summer league.
And if they shut him down, none of us would have had these last couple games to say, oh, man, he didn't look the same. So that's what I'm talking about when we have these conversations. And that's why I'm not going to talk to people, and go back and forth on how he shot it, because if you had shut him down, it's different with Devin, because Devin had a kind of a bad game to start off with, right? And we were looking for Devin to maybe, just find more of that groove. But with Nick Clifford, he did start out hot, and then we just saw, kind of it move in a certain direction, and that was him more so just coming back down to reality. That's all.
Yeah, and I think his is kind of the easiest to evaluate in the sense of, as you mentioned, oldest first-round pick at the Summer League.
Right.
Excellent right out the gate, was shooting like 70% from the field in the first 3 games. Obviously, he wasn't going to shoot 70% from 3 the whole time, so you could just look at this as a regression to the mean. Where I feel great about Nick Clifford is knowing that he is going to have to play a role and was drafted specifically to play a very specific role on this team.
Right.
And it makes me feel good to see a lot of the things that people were talking about, the length, the defensive tenacity, the shooting with a little bit of ball handling. You saw all of that on display. So you feel a lot better about him being the person that was advertised versus like Devin Carter, they drafted him and then, oh, by the way, he's going to have shoulder surgery and you're not going to see him for 7 months. At least with Nick, it's like they drafted him very specifically to fill the Jake LaRavia role, and it looks like that is what he's going to be next season.
Yeah, and now I'm just wondering, it doesn't matter, but if they don't lose Jake, do they draft Nick? Do they move into this the first if they don't lose Jake? I don't know, because it does straight up feel as if we're going to lose Jake. That's okay. They were already kind of talking to Nick based on that timing and when things were happening for the draft. We have a contingency plan for that. And I think Nick is a better playmaker than Jake LaRavia was with the ball in his hands. I think obviously Jake, years of experience, and they're basically the same age, but Jake can do some things that Nick cannot do, at least not yet, and Nick can do some things that Jake cannot do, at least not yet. And Jake is not going to be handling the basketball on the Lakers.
No.
So he's not going to improve in that regard.
If there's ever a moment on that team where Jake LaRavia is ball handling, something has gone horribly wrong, right? With Luka, LeBron, and Austin Reeves, there's never going to be a scenario where he's primary ball handler, which I don't know if there's going to be a scenario for Nick Clifford either, because we didn't see a ton of it. I didn't watch every game, but from what I understand, we didn't see a ton of him doing ball handling. But at this point, even if he were on the floor without Schroeder, wouldn't you rather a DeRozan or a Levine who's proven to be a capable ball handler and offensive threat just run ball handling in that situation? Just put Nick in the best position to do what Nick does best.
Yeah. So stock up for Nick, stock up for all 3. And all right, we have to do it. Devin Carter. Okay. And Devin Carter, it's a tough one. I think the easy out is just to say that stock is down, but I'm trying to look a little bit deeper, because he did have some good moments. He had some good moments yesterday in the game. He was 5 of 16, but he had some good moments yesterday. He still had 7 assists, and he only had 1 turnover. So my fear is I don't know how that translates. And you saw when teams gave these guys more pressure to non-traditional point guards, they struggled a bit. So I don't know, Kyle. I'm trying to be nice on a Monday. Can I say the stock is the same? Is that allowed?
No, it's stock up or stock down, Allen. What is this stock equal? What are we just coming off the weekend? The stock market hasn't opened yet. What's happening?
It has to be down.
Yeah,
it has to be down.
I think you're lower on him because you didn't see the same signs the signs of success that you saw from the other three. Even Maxime, which again we talked about as a more complicated case, but Devin played well. I remember I was watching the game yesterday and they were down like 15, but Devin hit a 3 in the first half. And I was like, okay, great.
Yeah.
Was ball handling, came off, I want to say it was Cardwell, came off a Cardwell screen, buried a 3. I was like, excellent, ball handler. And then he took 3 more and they were all clanks. And I was like, okay.
Well, when he misses, he really dedicates himself to missing.
Yeah, he had one that like clanked off the back rim and went way in the air. There were a couple. I think Nick Clifford had an air ball too. There were a couple tough ones, but
he was a plus. So against the Raptors, somehow, and this is what's so fun about plus or minus. Devin Carter played 29 minutes. He was 3 of 10 from the field. He was 0 of 6 from 3. He was 2 of 6 from the free throw line. He was a plus 11.
Yeah,
with 8 points.
Such a weird sport. All of this is so weird. But this is kind of my thing with Devin Carter, right? So let's say they're going to have him run point a little bit this year. But just roll
and
with
if you're listening on the radio, I didn't make a face, but I kind of made a face.
You were like,
okay, interesting.
You were like going to counter my point before I even made it. Just the premise of him playing point on his team.
Continue.
So let's say they run just a traditional pick and roll action or pick and pop with pick whoever, Sabonis, I don't know, Drew Eubanks, whatever we want to do. If he's going to come off that screen and they're just going to leave him open for 3, which was the strategy the Hornets and the Raptors both chose in their games, was like, oh, you're going to run a pick and roll? We're just going to roll with the guy, shoot it. We don't care. And he was like 1 for 10 before I think he hit one late in the Hornets game. But basically it was like, if they're just going to let him roll off the screen and shoot off the dribble, he's got to be able to hit him at like a 40% rate if he's going to be a point guard in the NBA. You have to force them
40.
I'm just saying specifically on wide open, right? Call it 35, whatever. You just have to play point guard well enough for them to respect you as a threat from the top of the key. And from the summer league, I only watched a little bit of it, but it doesn't feel like teams respect him as a scoring threat from the point guard position right now.
Yeah. Even yesterday, they were all wide open. And that turns into he's open for a reason, right? And that's what they'll say. You're open for a reason. We've seen this happen with the Westbrooks of the world. We've seen this happen with the Draymonds of the world, where you either take the bait, you make a 3, and then you cuss them out on the way back, or you clank, or you swallow your pride, take the space they're giving you, penetrate the defense, get to the key, and kick it out, or do whatever you need to do. He's just and look, this is exactly what Scott Perry was saying to Brendan Nunez about him. He's just an unfinished product, specifically offensively. And I think that what they need to do is, I know the Josh Hart comparison came out for Nick Clifford. I think Nick Clifford is much more polished offensively, not even just shooting the basketball, passing the basketball, than Josh Hart. I think if you're Devin Carter, you need to just watch a ton of Josh Hart film. And Josh Hart is not an offensive guy. And I'm not saying Devin Carter can't be better than Josh Hart, but I would say that's where you need to start, because nobody knows what Josh Hart really does offensively. He has no bag per se.
But you look up and he's got 15 points.
Exactly. So that's what I would do if I was Devin Carter. I would say, I'm just going to be Josh Hart. I'm going to hit open 3s. But again, Josh Hart doesn't have to play point guard. So I don't think Devin Carter, if they thought Devin Carter was going to get legitimate time, we still wouldn't be hearing about Ben Simmons, even though Dave kind of debunked it. We have that sound for you too. We still wouldn't hear about Ben Simmons, and we would not hear about Russell Westbrook, because there would be enough. There would be enough. I don't think they have any real plans for Devin Carter playing point guard. That's how I truly feel.
Which is tough, because then let's assume the roster is going to stay the same, where does he fit into the equation? Because you would have Schroeder, and then at let's say he's not a point guard. At the combo guard, you've got Keon Ellis rotating with Zach LaVine. You've got Malik Monk rotating with DeMar DeRozan and Nick Clifford.
Right.
Like, this is the thing we were talking about before, is either they're going to have to balance out the roster or someone is just not going to play. And right now it looks like that someone is Devin Carter. And that's kind of a rough situation that they find themselves in, because I don't know how they I don't know how they give him the runway to get better other than going to Stockton, which is not where we thought the 13th pick in the draft would be at this point last year.
I don't even know. Yeah, obviously that's
Keon's not even starting on this team right now.
No. And this is what Scott Perry is having to deal with. This is the kind of the mess that he's trying to clean up. And that's just the reality of where we're at right now. So I think it was always going to be tough for Devin to get playing time on this team, specifically once they drafted Nick Clifford, unless Nick Clifford ended up not being ready. I think leaving summer and seeing what Nick Clifford could do, now you're really wondering, all right, I don't know where any of these guys are going to get time, because they all kind of do the same thing. So Keon is at the top of that mountain for that help. But at least if you're Nick, you can be used differently because you're a little bigger than Keon and Devin. Devin is stuck between both because Nick can do what Devin does. I know Devin has a really long wingspan, but he can't necessarily do all the things that Nick can do. He's smaller, and he's just not as polished offensively. That's just the reality. That's not really his job. In a perfect world, Nick Clifford and Devin Carter are both playing, but that's not really a world that exists in the NBA unless you have Shai Gilgeous-Alexander as the other guard. That's not what the Kings have. So they can only have a couple guys like that and that redundancy kind of on the floor at the same time. So that's just the reality of the situation. We'll get to more stock up, stock down, but we want to address the Ben Simmons rumor and what Carmichael Dave had to say on the morning show about it and what I'm hearing about it as well. Allen Stiles, Sacramento Sports.
Sacramento weather is brought to you by Fidium Fiber.
I'm Tamara Berg in the KCRA 3 Weather Center. It is Monday, getting out the door to a cool and refreshing start. Delta breeze is certainly up, and you'll feel that wind throughout the day today with occasional gusts 25 plus miles per hour in the valley. Temperatures down quite a bit with highs in the low 80s. Get the latest forecast on the KCRA 3 News and the KCRA 3 app.
It's about time they fix that pothole.
Invented better windshield wipers.
Made an internet that just works. Fidium Fiber Internet, starting at only $30 a month. It feels like Fidium. Offer available to residential customers only. Terms and conditions apply. See Fidium.com for details.
At Power Business Technology, we're not another big box corporation. We're your neighbors, locally owned and operated. We know what businesses like yours need, from reliable printers to high performance copiers. We'll help you find the right solution with personal service you just can't get online. Need setup or support? We're just down the road and always happy to help. Power Business Technology, family hometown service with big time solutions. Contact us today for all your business printing needs at 844-POWER-BZ. That's 844-769-3729 or visit us at powercopiers.com.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave here for Capital Casino, Sacramento's #1 poker room, inviting you to come join them every Wednesday for their midweek madness drawing, giving away $2,000 in total cash starting at 6 p.m. It's a safe and friendly environment, plenty of well-lit parking available, and it's conveniently located right there in downtown Sacramento. And remember, best food, best service, best games, 411 North 16th Street in downtown Sacramento. For more information, log on to capital-casino.com and gamble responsibly. responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Bonneville International Radio Station contests are open to participants at least 18 years of age and older that are residents of California and who reside in one of the 6 counties that make up the Sacramento metro area, unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or any entity associated with the contest are not eligible to win, unless the station otherwise specifies in its own discretion. Persons who have won in the last 30 days from a station contest or event may not be eligible. For a copy of the general contest rules, visit KHTK.com.
Get ready for a summer surprise. It's a holiday celebration at Christmas in July with the Sacramento Rivercats. Friday, July 25th at Sutter Health Park is the perfect day to enjoy holiday cheer with your family and friends. Enjoy Christmas music, themed activities, and exciting Rivercats baseball action all in one place. Don't miss out on this unique summer event. Get your baseball tickets for Christmas in July at rivercats.com.
The Giant Summer Sale is here. Get giant savings on our Giant selection only at Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop.
Looking to own or lease? Save during the Honda Summer Event and drive a brand new Accord or Civic. See all our specials at FolsomLakeHonda.com.
As a family-owned and operated dealership since 2009, customer service is our #1 priority. Our customers love doing business with us, and you will too.
Folsom Lake Honda. Go to FolsomLakeHonda.com.
Your one-stop Honda shop. Get ready for a night out with Jordan Davis. It's Country in the Park 2, Saturday, September 13th at Cal Expo. Along with special guests Mitchell Tenpenny, Locash, Vincent Mason, and Avery-Anna. Make it a family day out with food trucks, games, dancing, and more. Saturday, September 13th at Cal Expo. Sponsored by the California Army National Guard and Hop Valley Brewing. Tickets at CITPFest.com.
The Stockton Chiladas are back, and Verizon has everything your family needs to enjoy it. Verizon's customers are passionate about baseball. That's why they need fast, reliable connections to their family's entertainment needs. Switch to Verizon 5G home internet today with plans starting as low as $35 per month. Guaranteed for at least 3 years with no surprise price hikes. With autopay and any Verizon mobile phone plan. Visit your local Verizon store. Learn more at Verizon.com/5G home or call 800-VERIZON.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
Big year. I'm starting middle school.
Welcome to the jungle, Missy.
Best part? My parents promised me a new laptop.
Perfect for homework, essays, and drudgery.
So we went to Staples. They had all the latest tech, and laptops were up to 40% off.
Woo! Another back-to-school budget saved by Staples Easy Button.
Mom high-fived the cashier. So embarrassing.
Staples.
That was easy.
In-store, online, and on the app. NZ23, select models only.
Live and local
It's Allen Stiles.
on Sacktown Sports.
Taking you up to 2 p.m. And we are breaking down the hot and cold, stock up, stock down for the Sacramento Kings. Let's get to AC, who wants to be part of the conversation. What's up, AC? What you got for us?
Hey, Alan, it's Alan. How are you guys?
I'm good. How are you doing?
Doing good. I had to be inactive. I had some surgery, so I'm not going to be able to do any sports. So I got to listen to sports radio instead.
All good. All good.
So I watched the summer league highlight of the championship game, and Charlotte's going to have a really good future, at least in the short term. But I agree with you guys exactly. Nick Clifford stepped up and had some really cool moves that I think are going to benefit him. And Carter was just playing out of his mind. He was doing everything right. And who's the other guy you guys mentioned? Doggone it, I forgot. It wasn't Reynaud. It was the other guy.
Isaac Jones?
Isaac Jones. Isaac Jones played out of his mind. He was like Jonathan Kaminga reincarnated.
Yeah.
You know, now I know it's summer league, but if any of that can translate to the NBA game, and of course he needs more minutes, he's on a 2-way contract, right?
Yes. Well, they guaranteed it, so he'll be on the squad.
His is guaranteed for this year. Yeah, it's an NBA contract.
Right.
Okay. So he's technically not a 2-way player then now?
I think he can still go down if need be.
No, he's a full NBA player, but his contract isn't guaranteed.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Anyway, he obviously was playing against some lesser talent, but he was all over the place. It was really cool to see. Anyway, just wanted to share that.
Yeah. No, thanks for the call, Alan, as always. Yeah, I'm excited from what I saw. Again, it's nothing out of control, but we're still feeling good about where they're at, and it's a better place to be than us having more question marks, right? And obviously there are a couple question marks about Devin Carter, but for the most part, we feel good about what we saw from guys where we should feel good because they're older players. That's the reality of where we're at right now with the Kings, and and their summer league situation. So Kyle, we wanted to also get to what Carmichael Dave had to say about the Ben Simmons situation. Let's see what he said fresh off his 2-week vacation. Still breaking news. Here it is.
So it was kind of funny that I had to be the one to go online and say, guys, did some checking and it's not happening. Like, I'm the one that has to squash the Ben Simmons rumors in this world of irony, but it's not. It's not. Now, I will always caveat anytime I report anything like that, and I wish everybody would. Does that mean Ben Simmons won't be a King? No. You can't ever say anything definitively. But in checking around, it's simply, look, Kings are looking for, if they're going to add any more point guarding, if they are, which they may be comfortable going into the year with Dennis Schroeder and maybe Devin Carter, which we'll get into later, or whatever. If they're going to add somebody, though, it's going to be almost certainly a vet and somebody that is, they're looking for kind of that extension of the coach on the floor. And with them young, having some young pieces and looking to get younger, thank God, then they want somebody on the team that's a quarterback on the floor that they're not going to have to worry about. So I can tell you this. I can tell you, I know Simmons camp has approached, amongst other teams, the Kings. I mean, we're talking like 4 or 5 teams. And if the Kings were to bring in Ben Simmons, it would almost certainly need to be on a minimum deal. And it doesn't sound like that's what they're in the market for. But from what I tapped in and heard was, yeah, it's just nothing against him, just not a fit for what they're looking for. Not a fit for, the culture stuff and the all of that.
That sounds very Westbrooky to me. It does.
Westbrooky is the phrase we're using.
It sounds
now.
very Westbrooky to me. It sounds like the Kings want someone who is kind of more established, can kind of bring more to the table than actually what's on the court. And Russell Westbrook, it depends on who you ask, but he's kind of one of those people where everybody likes, I wouldn't say everybody, but a lot of people like what he brings to the table outside of simply the actual production. That dog. That's what we spend so much time talking about. The Kings need a dog. That would be Westbrook. That would not be Ben Simmons. It sounds like, very simply put, just like Dave said, it was a culture fit. It's not that he doesn't qualify or they don't need what he does and what he brings to the table, as in Ben Simmons, but Scott Perry is looking for more than that. And if you're going to use a roster spot on somebody, you want to use it on somebody that you think is going to bring more to the table other than the 10, 15 minutes that they're playing, if that. And that's where he's going with it. And it makes sense to me. Ben Simmons, we kind of talked ourselves into it. At least I know I did. But for what they're trying to do. Now, I would make the argument, well, how many vets do you need? Does feel like the Kings have a good amount of vets, but maybe it's not necessarily about a vet per se. It's just about somebody that you believe is going to help further along the culture. And Scott Perry, in a nice way, saying, I'm just not sure that he's going to do that. And then on top of that, you have everything else that comes with Ben Simmons as far as his availability. At least Westbrook, for the most part, is going to be available. But Ben Simmons' availability and everything that comes with that. So that has been essentially debunked, at least for now. You never know what could happen or where Ben Simmons will end up. That's really what it is. And, the biggest thing to me is I don't really mind if I disagree with you if you are strong in your stance. And at least it feels like Scott Perry is being strong in his stance. And I'm not saying I do. I could disagree that Westbrook is better. And I'm not saying that nobody is saying per se Westbrook is better for the Kings than Ben Simmons. It just kind of feels like that to me based on the things that we're hearing and what Dave is saying. But whether I disagree with it or not, at least Scott Perry is saying this is what it is, right? And this is how I feel like the direction of the team should go. At least he is standing strong in it. I think, and this is not a matter of, talking about the past, but I do think there were times where they didn't really stand on anything, right? And you go back to this, you got Sasha, you got Chris Duarte, you were just looking for anything, but not really understanding what it is you were trying to accomplish other than just being better.
Yeah, just get talent.
Just get talent. Scott Perry is saying, I'm willing to say no to certain talent. And I don't know if Ben Simmons is actually even better than Westbrook at this point. I have no clue.
I mean, right now they're saying no to both.
Right. Well, why do you say they're saying no to Westbrook?
I mean, I feel like they would have probably signed him by now. They have the full mid-level exception.
I don't know what's going on there. You know how I feel. Maybe there was a conversation about playing time. And that would be a fit too. Hey, you're not getting 27 minutes, but as far as the Ben Simmons thing, what we're looking for is pretty specific, and they're not wavering on that, and good on them. Whether I agree with it, whether you agree, whether anybody else agrees with it or not, they have went into a room and decided, hey, this is what we feel like we need for our last spot, and we're okay with just not getting anybody. If we need to wait on it, we'll wait on it. We're not going to make a rash decision and grab somebody that doesn't fit. So good for them.
Sure. Last year it was Doug McDermott and it was Jay Crowder in the middle of the season to fill roster spots. And Markelle Fultz came in after the trade deadline. So there will be plenty of those deep bench guys available. And honestly, I saw Keith Smith kind of updated the rankings of free agents available. Like, you could still get a Malcolm Brogdon, a Jared Butler, Jalen Hood-Schifino is the person you want now all of a sudden. So there's still
6'6".
Yeah, no,
22, 23.
Deep bench, garbage time.
There you go.
There's options available. It's just Ben Simmons and Westbrook reflect names, and the role the Kings are looking for, I guess, doesn't fit either of those names, specifically Ben Simmons in this report. But again, I feel like if they wanted Westbrook, the Westbrook thing would have been done by now.
Okay, well, we shall see. A throwback name gives a cautionary tale as to why none of these restricted free agents will sign the qualifying offer. We'll tell you who it is and the newest on Kaminga Watch when we return. Now, Allen Stiles on Sports.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
When might you be buzzed? When you suddenly love everything.
You guys, I love this song. I love these nachos. I love our kickball league. Oh, I love this guy. What's your name? You know what I love? A ride when it's time to head out.
If you see a buzz warning sign, call for a ride when it's time to go home. Buzz driving is drunk driving. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
I love your car. Is this real leather?
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, and a regular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Carmichael Dave here for my friends at American Energy Heating and Air. Yes, I always tell you they are a family-owned operation, been in business since 81, A-plus Better Business Bureau, but it is hot. We are in those Sacramento hot months. I want to focus on them being your second opinion partner. What does that mean? Maybe you've got somebody you're working with or you've worked with in the past in the HVAC world. Guess what? They want to give you a second opinion. How much does it cost? Nothing. You call them up and say, hey, can I get a second opinion on this deal? They come out and they either say, wow, that's a great deal, you should feel better about that. Or they say, we can beat that price. And usually they're going to beat it by a lot. Guess what? You just saved money and it didn't cost you anything to find out. It's a no-lose situation. Go with a trusted company. American Energy, 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990 or AmericanEnergyAir.com. Jingle Singers, take it away.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Xfinity TV is the best way to stream your favorite live sports, giving you an incredible viewing experience. From pregame to postgame, Xfinity gives you the best seat in the house with traditional TV, streaming stats and odds right from your TV.
Live and local
It's Allen Stiles
on Sacktown Sports.
Here's a throwback. Can we re-sign Boogie Ellis instead? From the 916. I have not thought about Boogie Ellis in a very, very long time.
You know, I didn't get to because I never made it to varsity, but a bunch of people I know played against him in high school.
Boogie Ellis.
San Diego's own.
That was the name last season. And, I mean, it's not a terrible, I don't know, it's still connected to the old regime. He was another undersized guy. Wasn't he another combo?
He's more of a point
He's
guard.
more of a point, but hey, I'm not against it. I just don't think.
Do you want me to pull up last year's Summer League roster now? Is that what we're doing?
No, I don't. I don't. Somebody's gonna yell. Somebody's gonna yell at me. What are we even doing? By the way, we did have one of those I meant to get to. Here you go. The 925. I moved to Reno. Help me out with this one, everyone. I moved to Reno in 1987. Started coming to Arco in 88. Since then, this might be my least favorite team. We are trying to get excited about our summer league squad, ? There's no way since 1988 this team is your least favorite team. There's no way.
There was a stretch where the Kings didn't win a game on the road for 14 months.
So let's just cut it out.
There's no way this is the worst.
Let's just cut it out. Maybe it's not the worst. Well, they're not saying worst. They're saying least favorite. So maybe just based on what they're doing, it's not the worst, but the no purpose thing that we've talked about before. I'm just confused as to why certain people are getting so upset about the summer league talk. I did not expect that. I did not expect people to, what do you want us to not talk about summer league?
Well, I mean, last week, everyone was all excited about Summer League.
Yeah.
Everyone wanted to talk about it. And now it's like, oh.
Now it's like, oh, wait, these dudes are actually going to have to play? Oh, no. We thought it ended in Vegas and then just went to Stockton.
Last week, the hype train was all the way up. And then people remembered that Summer League doesn't actually matter.
Yeah. So.
And historically, it has no bearing on whether your team's going to be good or not.
Sorry, 925 from Reno, or that now lives in Reno.
Okay,
this is what it is.
Was the 2012 team more enjoyable? They won 24 games and they were fighting to save the team. There's no way that was less enjoyable.
You rallied around it.
Around Jason Thompson and the 2012 Kings.
You rallied around it. That's what it is.
There's got to be one. There's got to be a least favorable team or least favorite team.
Here is the most recent Kaminga update, and now the Suns are interested. Other than feeling out the trade market for Allen and O'Neal, the Suns have also been linked to restricted free agent Jonathan Kaminga. This shouldn't come as a surprise to anyone who stayed up to date on NBA intel since the trade deadline. It's from Clutch Points, by the way, as Kaminga was a player who was involved in the 3-team proposal between the Suns, Warriors, and Heat before Durant ultimately shut down the deal. Clutch Points reported on extensive trade talks between Phoenix, Golden State, and Miami that would have sent Jimmy Butler to the Suns, Durant to the Warriors, and Andrew Wiggins to the Heat. A handful of assets and draft picks also would have ended up in Phoenix, Kaminga being a key piece to the puzzle. The Suns' interest in Kaminga has not changed since the trade deadline, but there haven't been any serious developments on this front, sources said. To kind of bring this back to the qualifying offer piece that I wanted to discuss, this is going around and basically people are saying this is why nobody ever signs a qualifying offer. And as we bring up a throwback name in Boogie Ellis, let's go even more throwback with Nerlens Noel. In 2017, Nerlens Noel rejected a 4-year, $70 million offer from the Mavericks as a restricted free agent to sign his $4.1 million qualifying offer. He would play 30 games that season after tearing a ligament in his thumb. His next contract was for the minimum salary. Over the rest of his career, he'd make $27 million.
Yikes.
Relatively speaking, I know, please, if you're texting in right now, I wish I could only make 27. Just save it.
You also lost $40 million by not signing on the dotted line.
So that is why a lot of these guys, well, he could just sign the qualifying offer and then he's got a trade power. That is real deal betting on yourself. So, and there were reports, I'm not spending a lot of time on because I don't know if it got confirmed or not, that the Warriors may have offered Kaminga 5 years, $150 million. I saw that floating around.
It was $30 million a year. I don't know.
Yeah. And apparently he turned it down, but I don't know. I was still looking to try to confirm that somewhere else.
If you go deeper into Siegel's story, he talks about how Kaminga right now, his camp is looking for the 5-year 150 that Jalen Johnson got from the Hawks. Warriors are now sitting at 20. It doesn't say whether or not that was offered before, although I would guess that if they're asking for it now, it was probably on the table last summer.
Give it back. Yes.
Yeah, please, can we get that deal back? And it's not there.
It's just, you got to be able to trust who's close to you, that they're just giving you the right information and the right guidance. But yeah, that this doesn't get talked about as much as, and I'm sure there's so many stories like this, but it doesn't get talked about as much as the Dennis Schroeder thing. But Nerlens Noel, 4 years, $70 million, and he went on for the rest of his career to make $27 million, and is probably podcasting somewhere at this point. So that's why a lot of these guys don't want to sign the qualifying offer, because you are truly, truly, truly betting on yourself. And you don't even have to get injured. You could just not play, right? I read somewhere, if Jonathan Kaminga signs a qualifying offer, for what, $7 million or whatever it is, Steve Kerr basically can say, well, okay, well, I don't have to play you because we're not really paying you. And then you're dealing with kind of that drama of it. So I don't see a world where Kaminga can sign that qualifying offer.
It seems like all indications are he just wants to go anywhere but Golden State.
Yeah.
Or just anywhere that he can start, which I don't know how many of those teams there are at this point, but in the Siegel story, they talk about like trying to get the Bulls in, and maybe like Io DeSumo going to the Warriors, which I know the Kings are out on Kaminga at this point, but it's like, so you didn't want Devin Carter in the second rounders, but Io DeSumo and second round or salary filler is not, I feel like, that much better at this point.
It's not, but, and this is where Summer League is funny, because if Devin had balled out, I don't know. Looking back on it now, if Devin had balled out every game, I think it maybe would have mattered. Who knows? But because he didn't, I think the Warriors could convince themselves that Io is better. He is better.
Yeah, no,
he is better. He is better. But they could convince themselves that we'd rather take what Io is right now than take a swing at what Devin Carter could be.
Yeah, I don't think Devin Carter would have been a rotation player on this Warriors team, although Pat Spencer was getting minutes in the playoffs last year, so who knows. But I just don't know I don't know how this ends. I don't think it ends with Kaminga in Sacramento. I think that ship has pretty much sailed at this point, but I just don't know how this saga ends for either team or Kaminga.
Well, I'm saying never say never, just because the price continues to just fluctuate back and forth. And yeah, I mean, bringing up Io, that's fine, but we're starting to get a little bit closer to the Kings saying, and again, you still that's why the December thing is so important for, hey, if Kaminga does sign, you just get him out in December, because even if they wanted Malik Monk, it would still be, and I've seen so much on this, it's pretty darn confusing, but you sure you don't just want Malik Monk at that point? Are you positive? And if you're, I still think if you're the Kings, they just turned away Ben Simmons, right? If you're the Kings, I'm assuming they think Kaminga fits what they're trying to do if they were initially interested, but you still have to deal with that personality. You still have to deal with, I want the rock and I can do this, I can do that.
Right, but we've talked about with Kaminga, like him coming to Sacramento would precipitate DeRozan leaving, because Kaminga would be going into DeRozan's spot in the lineup. So, the Kings would have to make subsequent moves that I think they were preparing for when we heard the Malik Monk to Detroit sign and trade conversation come up. I think that was in preparation for if Kaminga was going to end up there. But at this stage of the game, it just seems so unlikely that Sacramento would be able to get a deal both satisfactory to the Warriors and meet the restrictions, which is why when we had Siegel on, you talked about this is just going to have to wait till December. Yeah. All of this is probably going to wait till December. And Kaminga's just like, please don't make me go back there. It's just
you don't have a choice, brother.
Begging his agent, please don't make me go back to Golden State.
When we return, we continue to discuss stock up, stock down for the names that we maybe haven't talked about as much for your Sacramento Kings. And do you still feel like the Kings need to make another move? And how badly do they need to do so? Allen Stiles, Sackdown Sports.
Come check out Capital Casino, Sacramento's #1 poker room with the most variety of table games in the region in a safe and friendly environment. Plenty of well-lit parking available, conveniently located in downtown Sacramento. And remember, Capital Casino has the best food, the best service, and the best action. 411 North 16th Street in downtown Sacramento. For more information, log on to capital-casino.com, and please gamble responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER. Hey, it's Carmichael Dave. I got to tell you, I am so excited to get this decking project started with Trex Decking and Railings. From the first time I stepped foot in the showroom last week, I was so impressed. So many color options, heat-resistant composite deck. What does that mean? That means I don't have to do any maintenance on it whatsoever. They even have a deck designer, so you can go online and see what your dream deck will look like on your house. Just visit Trex, that's TREX.com to get it started. Tell them Carmichael Dave sent you.
Hagen Oaks wants to be your go-to total golf game fitter. Try the TrackMan experience, the very best technology to fit your metalwoods and irons. The new cutting-edge putter fitting studio with its $30,000 worth of technology is ready for your fitting. Hagen Oaks will help you find the best putter for your game. Hagen Oaks offers more technology, more choices, and more service. Schedule your fitting at the Hagen Oaks Player Performance Studio by calling 916-808-2531, 808-2531 for more.
Summer's flying by, and that back-to-school checklist, it's growing fast. New backpack? Check. School supplies? Check. Dentist appointment? Let's fix that. Kids Care Dental and Orthodontics is making it easy to cross dental checkups off your summer list fast, with priority scheduling for new patients and kid-friendly care that makes them smile. It's one less thing to worry about before fall. Call now or book online at kidscaredental.com. That's kidscaredental.com, because healthy smiles should be the easiest thing to check off your summer list.
Only one radio program captures the excitement of hunting and fishing as it happens. The award-winning California Sportsman with Sep Hendrickson. Only California Sportsman takes you where the action is. Live on the water, live in the blind, and live with the top pros and experts in outdoor sports. California Sportsman with Fishing Hall of Famer Sep Hendrickson is your premier destination for all things outdoors. Sep's Saturday Morning Outdoors. Ultimate Bass and California Sportsman, 5 a.m. to 8 a.m. Saturdays on Sacktown Sports 1140.
The Giant Summer Sale is here. Get giant savings on our Giant selection only at Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop.
Looking to own or lease? Save during the Honda Summer Event and drive a brand new Accord or Civic. See all our specials at FolsomLakeHonda.com.
As a family-owned and operated dealership since 2009, customer service is our #1 priority. Our customers love doing business with us, and you will too.
Go to FolsomLakeHonda.com.
Your one-stop Honda shop.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
KHTK HD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios, Sacktown Sports 1140. Your home for Kings talk and so much more.
Live and vocal.
Allen Stiles on Sacktown Sports.
Two hours down, 2 to go. How much longer or how much further do the Kings have to go to be considered a contender? You have the Clippers, who added Chris Paul. They added Bradley Beal. They're making moves, man. And I'm not really sure if I'm putting them. Well, we had them last week, or at least I had them after the Bradley Beal move. I was willing to put them over the Well, they were fourth, right? They were a solid fourth. I put them over the Lakers, and I argued, because I just don't believe in the Nuggets, that maybe they could be 3.
Even though the Nuggets beat them in the playoffs.
That's
but
right.
also the Clippers were clearly better than the Nuggets, and they let it slip away.
Right. So I had them at 3. And now with Chris Paul and Bradley Beal, do I think they're better than the Rockets? I think they could beat the Rockets, man. I think it's possible. I mean, I still got to see this Rockets team play. I'm leaving them at 2 out of respect because they were the 2 seed and added Kevin Durant and Dorian Finney-Smith as well.
Yeah, and Clint Capella is also there now.
Clint Capella.
That one's weird that he went back there. I was thinking he was going to be like a Laker, but now he's the 3rd center on the Rockets.
So I could be convinced to have them too. I'm taking the Rockets, but the Clippers could be 2. I think the problem with the Clippers is we've seen this movie before.
Yeah. It's all roads lead to the 5 seed.
Yeah.
Clippers are always going to be in the 5-4 series, and someone's going to get hurt, and they're going to go 7 games.
Yep.
It's every year for the past 5 damn seasons. They're always in that 4-5 game.
That's exactly who they've been. And, the Ben Simmons talk, and that's the other thing. When we're having these conversations and, oh my goodness, we're talking about Summer League, what are we doing? Is it really any better to talk about Ben Simmons or Russell Westbrook? Is it really? Is it? I mean, the Clippers, they got Bradley Beal, right? Dame is going to the Blazers for now, and he can't even play. Chris Paul went to the Clippers. In other news, you have from Shams, how about it? The Lakers signing 7-footer Christian Coloco. I mean,
Coloco.
That are kind of where we are right now. Is it weird to you, though, that PJ Washington is just existing? That is a bit weird to me. Because I believe when we were doing the PJ Washington thing, he is on an expiring deal. So
$12 million.
Yeah. The PJ Wash, are they just going to bring it gets to a point where, okay, are you bringing him back?
Yeah, I think they are. I think otherwise we would have heard his name come up a little bit more. He's just going to be probably a backup unless they're bringing, Klay Thompson off the bench, which I don't think is going to happen, but
shoot or shoot.
It's just kind of a gluttony right now for the Mavericks, right? And Cooper Flagg kind of makes the whole thing a little bit weird because they're, in a weird way, they're similar to the Kings. They got no point guard until Kyrie comes back.
They got D'Angelo.
We have Dennis Schroeder.
Yeah.
Fine. Like they got no point guard and just a ton of forwards versus the Kings have a ton of guards. They just have a ton of forwards. And I'm not quite sure how it's all going to piece together.
No. So as far as what other moves the Kings can make, yeah, I'm not going to sit here and tell you that because Isaac Jones played well in the Summer League, the Kings don't need to make another move. I would never say that. I'm not going to sit here and say that because Nick Clifford played pretty well in the Summer League, the Kings don't need to make another move. I'm just struggling with figure out what's the move that they're going to make at this point. If everything that we have heard about the market is true, I don't think it's a matter of not wanting to make a move. I think it's a matter of not wanting to make a bad move. Now, the Heat, they might get the craziest get-out-of-jail-free card ever if their terrible contract of Terry Rozier goes away because of gambling things going on. But you're the Sacramento Kings, you're looking around, your 3 biggest pieces, one in Damontas Sabonis, you don't really want to move. I don't believe so. Then you have DeMar DeRozan, who you're not going to get the value for. And now you have Zach LaVine, who you can't move him either. So you have those guys, and that's why it landed on Malik Monk, who I don't think people necessarily wanted to move. I know I didn't want to move him. But where are you supposed to go from here if you're the Kings? We can bang the table all we want and say they shouldn't be done. They need to make a move. What's out there? Scott Perry just walked in and he sees, okay, this is who we have. This is what the market is saying we have for these players. Might as well just run it back. Go get Dennis Schroeder and in large part run it back. It won't be the exact same thing, but in large part run it back and just see what we can do from there. Let's see what happens at the trade. Let's see what happens in December. If Jonathan Kaminga is available, let's see what happens closer to the trade deadline. Let's give ourselves some time, see if we luck into something and it actually works. It actually makes sense. But what else are we supposed to do?
I mean, it's kind of like y'all got 40 to 50 games to figure out what this is going to be because, as we mentioned, the trade deadline is kind of where a lot of these transactions go. And, you're positioning yourself where if we look up and they're 12th or 13th in the Western Conference, we can maybe start selling some of those pieces. Mm-hmm. And obviously they could have done it now at lesser values and just gone to the bottom. But like we talked about last week, these Thunder or Jazz or big types of rebuilds were built on trading all-star players for a buttload of draft picks. And there is no player the Kings have currently that would command such a return other than Damontas Sabonis, who I am of the opinion you don't let Damontas Sabonis leave unless Damontas Sabonis says, I want to leave. You don't try and move him actively now because then you end up in basically the same situation you just had with De'Aaron Fox. Yeah. Like verbatim, that is the ultimate cautionary tale is everything that just happened with De'Aaron Fox.
Yeah, you just can't do it. Can't do it. Kyle, we just saw this. And I think this is, the first time I'm saying his name out loud. So, Tautvidas Sabonis, brother of Damontas Sabonis, has been named head coach of the London Lions. And he's only 33 years old. Tautvidas. I don't know if you pronounce the T or not.
Nice.
Tautvidas. Yeah, Sabonis.
London Lions.
Only 33 years old. Sabonis will now team up with Lions president from Boston as the team returns to Euro Cup play this season.
Wait, so you're not even saying the guy's name? He's just from Boston?
Lenz Balin.
Oh, okay.
So well, there we go. From the Stein line. That's from Mark Stein.
Okay.
That's how quiet it is right now, people.
Can I just say, I just looked at the photo of this guy for the first time today, and my God, this just is Damontas Sabonis. This is just Damontas Sabonis
as a coach.
I get it, it's his older brother, but that just looks like if Damontas Sabonis was yelling as a head coach. Because Stein includes a photo. I'm going to see if I can put that up on the YouTube. It just looks like Damontas Sabonis in a suit.
Yeah. So shout out to Damontas Sabonis' brother for getting that getting that gig. Just had to shout that out real quick. And I think the Kings do need to make another move. I just don't think it's going to be now. And I would venture to say that I believe they will make another move. I just don't think it's going to be now because they're either going, and the same thing is happening with the Giants as well. They're trying to figure out, the Giants are, whether they're going to be buyers or sellers. The Kings are going to figure out the same thing. They're either going to exceed expectations and want to buy to continue that, or they're not going to meet expectations. Because I'll tell you what, they don't give a you-know-what about what Vegas thinks. I guarantee you. And ownership, they were out. Everybody was out in Vegas for Summer League. You cannot walk in with 37 wins and say, hey, Vegas had us as low as 36.5. We did a good job, right? We just saw that, even though they didn't make it to what Vegas had last season, but they didn't even get a chance to get there. But we just saw that. So they don't care what Vegas thinks. You cannot walk in with 37 wins and say, hey, Vegas had us at 36.5. We did a good job, right? No. So there are expectations in that building, even if nobody else around the league has the same expectations. So if they don't meet those expectations, or they are not on track to meet those expectations as we get closer to the trade deadline, I believe they will sell. They will be sellers. If they're exceeding, that's a tougher call, because maybe they just, whenever a team is rolling, hey, we don't want to mess up the mojo. I would say the Cavs, they were rolling. They added DeAndre Hunter, and it worked out for them. Obviously, they didn't do anything in the playoffs, but it didn't mess up any mojo. And I'm not saying the Kings would be as hot as the Cavs, but that's one of those situations where, hey, we don't want to mess anything up. Even if somebody is underperforming, the Cavs said, no, we don't care. If you're underperforming, we got to get you up out of here.
Well, and the other part is, like, even if it doesn't mess with the quote-unquote mojo, I think we're seeing teams now are more willing to make big picture trades at the trade deadline than ever before. I know AD and Luka is kind of that picturesque example, but like the Sacramento Kings did it last year. We thought they were going to wait till the offseason for De'Aaron Fox. They took the 70 cents on the dollar trade offer that San Antonio gave them, and there were a lot of growing pains for both teams that second half of the season because the rosters just didn't fit after the trades, both for San Antonio and for Sacramento. So I think even if it will mess up your short-term prospects, I think that is not a deal breaker for a lot of these teams in making a lot of these trades, because if you have the opportunity to get a DeAndre Hunter, we're not compromising our long-term future for that. But if we could get a Luka Doncic, Anthony Davis, De'Aaron Fox, dare I say Damontas Sabonis, then I think teams are more willing to say, let's throw caution into the wind.
Well, the Spurs didn't have to, and they still got De'Aaron Fox.
Yeah, exactly. But the Spurs also didn't make a ton of sense last. And granted, him and Wemby played, 3 games together?
Right.
So, maybe they would have had more time, but even the Spurs didn't make a ton of sense after that trade either. It was just like a gluttony of guards, and Bismack Biyombo and Harrison Barnes were starting at the 4 and 5.
This is a really good question from the 530. Do you think if the Kings are 10 games under 500 come mid-January, that ownership will give in and accept a rebuild? I don't know that they will, quote-unquote, give in and accept a rebuild, but I do think the big pieces that can be moved will be moved.
Yeah, I think that's kind of the understanding. I know we're not there yet, but just bringing up kind of an example is in 2021, the Orlando Magic were, I think, coming off of their second straight first-round exit, and they had kind of made it as far as they were going to go, and I don't remember what their record was, but they were out of the playoffs come the trade deadline. And I remember that deadline day, they traded Evan Fournier, Aaron Gordon, and Nikola Vucevic. At the time, 3 of their 4 best players, traded all of them within 12 hours, right? So they made the call, we're never going to get a better buyer's market than right now, so we're just going to sell everyone. I think they only got a couple seconds from the Celtics for Fournier. They got a bigger package for Vucevic, and they got 1 first-round pick and R.J. Hampton and Gary Harris for Aaron Gordon.
Yeah.
But they made the decision, we're just going to sell everything right now. We're going to the bottom. We're not going to try and do this brick by brick. We're just going to sell it all at once. I don't know if Sacramento would do that. I just bring it up to say there is precedent for such a situation if they are 18 and 28 come the trade deadline and are 12th place in the West, which I don't think is going to happen, but is a possibility.
Yeah, I don't know that all of that will happen. Really what I'm saying is, and I'm not going to beat around the bush, really what I'm saying is if they're 10 games under 500, I think they would accept a deal to get DeMar DeRozan out of there. Assuming DeMar DeRozan says, okay, we tried, it didn't work. Y'all know I only have a limited amount of time left. Are there any contenders? And Kyle is saying that we have breaking news.
When it breaks,
we have it first.
It's Sacktown Sports.
This is
Breaking
from
News.
Shams Charania. Just double checking this is the real one. Yes, it is. Free agent Doug McDermott has agreed to a 1-year, $3.6 million deal to return to the Sacramento Kings. Mark Bartelstein and Andy Schiffman of Priority Sports tell ESPN. Welcome back, Doug McDermott.
Thanks.
Kyle. Breaking news.
Yeah?
Shams doesn't even have the breaking news banner.
That's a big deal. The Kings now only have one roster spot left.
I love Doug. But, Kyle, you have me refreshing. To everybody out there listening. Yeah.
This is breaking news.
Relatively speaking, I guess.
Teach me how to duck. Teach me how to duck.
Okay.
Weren't you saying at the top of the show, I'm just praying that something breaks in the middle of the show? Congratulations.
I prayed that I did. Something breaking and being breaking news are two different things.
Yes, this is a big story, relatively speaking.
Okay. I'll give you this. Could you argue that maybe we'll see more of Doug this season than last season? The heaters that he got on, maybe they said, I don't think that Doug was utilized correctly. And I am happy to have Doug back. Don't get me wrong. He was on the show. But
Teach me how to duck.
you say breaking news. Whoa.
That's a pretty big story. I mean, the Kings made a transaction, Allen.
They did.
I mean, this is not Ben Simmons might be coming to Sacramento. This is a tangible free agent acquisition. Okay, I'm even laughing saying it.
Well, you're the one who played the breaking news sound.
As I should. I will not. This is going to be a great YouTube clip when they clip this, but I am promising you this is a big story. Doug McDermott coming back on a 1-year, I assume, veteran minimum contract.
Well, it is a big deal in that it's a spot. And if you're Scott Perry and you're trying to figure out how to fill out the roster, you're deciding to, again, we're seeing Scott Perry's type. We're starting to see Scott Perry's type. He likes you to have a bit of experience. He likes you to kind of know your role. And he likes you to kind of be a guy that is going to leave their ego at the table and move on and be willing to buy into the system. These conversations were had, and they did feel like it would be better to bring back a 33-year-old Doug McDermott who didn't play a lot last season versus finding, a younger guy, a Ben Simmons, somebody like that. So as much as we're having some fun with it, it does at the very least mean that Doug enjoyed, or I think Doug definitely enjoyed his time in Sacramento, but Scott Perry enjoyed any conversations that he had with Doug McDermott. And I don't think that Doug McDermott is going to be sitting here getting 15, 20 minutes a night, but it does also say that maybe the Kings, if you look at the team right now, honestly, as far as their three-point shooting is concerned, and I'm being dead serious, where's their three-point shooting coming from? Zach LaVine, Keegan Murray,
Keon Ellis,
who's coming off the bench.
Yep.
Malik is a 35% three-point shooter, and he shot it at 32% last season.
I mean, Allen, you're forgetting the best three-point shooter in the NBA last year, Damontas Sabonis, shooting
We're not doing that.
two
We are
attempts
not
a
doing
game.
that. So they really have three shooters that you could depend on. Now, Zach LaVine is elite. Keegan can be elite. And
Keon
can be, we would like to see him get there. I'm not going to say he's elite.
Let's say above average.
So there is a need for shooting on this team. It's just, you look around, and when you're bad at defense, you would think, oh, well, they're bad at defense because they're good on offense. And with the Kings, that just wasn't really the case last season.
Oh, they're bad at defense. Let's bring in a dude who literally can't do anything other than shoot threes. And it's no disrespect to Doug. He's great career.
Yeah.
Just last year, the only thing I saw that man do is shoot threes and put up negative plus minuses.
Hey, I remember, what was it, 6 in a minute, whatever that crazy stretch was.
6 in the fourth quarter against Utah. I want to say 5 in the fourth quarter against the Nuggets, which is the reason why Jokic had the greatest stat line in NBA history.
So Doug McDermott, if you're just now joining us, free agent Doug McDermott has agreed to a 1-year, $3.6 million deal to return to the Sacramento Kings. McDermott will enter his 12th NBA season after shooting 44% from 3 in 42 Kings games in 2024-2025. Really happy for Doug, especially when you get to this age and you're bouncing around a lot. To get to kind of hang out in one city for a while is really cool. And he does love being out here in Sacramento. He loves the fan base. I know that for a fact because we had him on the show and he told us that. But if anything, it tells me, number one, we are understanding that Scott Perry has a type. And number two, they were looking around thinking, oh, wait, somebody has to shoot the basketball. And that's a great point from UPS Chris on the text line. Poor Trey Lyles. Now, is Trey Lyles looking for more than a vet minimum? I don't know. Maybe slightly more. But you have Maxime Reynaud in the fold now. You got Dario Saric in the fold now. Even if I think Trey Lyles is better than Dario Saric, the problem is Dario Saric is on the team. So they had to make a decision, and they felt as if, and Trey Lyles has been hot and cold from 3, and they felt as if Doug McDermott we always are going to need shooting. You never know when you just got to call Doug off the bench and have him take 10 threes in 3 minutes.
While you're down 15 or up 15.
Just for fun.
You're either losing by 20 points or you're winning by 20 points. Either way, Doug's going to hit some threes.
So that's a great, and Kyle, you said it too, as far as the one more roster spot.
I would assume, I'm not positive right now, but I would assume we're going to hear they're waiving Terrence Davis at some point with this decision because he would be the 15th player, but Terrence Davis's deal isn't guaranteed and Isaac Jones's deal isn't guaranteed.
So right now they're full.
Right now they're at 15.
Yes.
If I remember correctly.
So is it time to say an unofficial goodbye to Trey Lyles? It kind of feels like that.
I don't know. I'm just kind of counting real quick. So we've got Schroeder, Levine. Well, I guess we should do it. Just Schroeder, Levine, DeRozan, Keegan Murray, Damontas Sabonis, Keon Ellis, Malik Monk, Nick Clifford, Maxime Reynaud, Isaac Jones, Drew Eubanks. Who am I forgetting?
Well, Doug now.
Yeah, Doug. Terrence Davis. Yeah. There's got to be someone else we're forgetting Dario Saric.
Mm-hmm.
So that's 14 if my math is correct, but I feel like we're still forgetting someone.
Either way.
Oh, I didn't count Devin Carter. So that's 15.
So that's 15. So even if they waive Terrence Davis,
they would have one left.
They're going to waive Terrence Davis, and the person they bring in is Trey Lyles? I doubt it.
Yeah, I mean, just looking at it here, you would have... Let's play it by position, essentially, at this point. So at center, you would have Sabonis, Reynaud, and Eubanks. At power forward, you would have Keegan, Dario Saric, and Isaac Jones. You would have, let's say small forward. I know it's all wing, but let's just, for audience simplicity, DeMar DeRozan, Nick Clifford, and Doug McDermott. Shooting guard, you would have Zach LaVine, Malik Monk, Keon Ellis, Devin Carter, and Terrence Davis. That's 14. And then Dennis Schroeder at the point guard. Yeah, I think this is probably going to be goodbye to Terrence Davis if I had to wager. And his contract was not guaranteed at all. That's just my only conclusion I can draw from them bringing back Doug McDermott, because I don't think this roster is complete. I think there's still one more addition away.
Yeah, I mean, look, we were kind of having some fun with it, but it is kind of a big deal, relatively speaking, based on what we've seen Scott Perry to gravitate towards and what it means for the future of the roster. Because right now they're full. And will they remain full? We will be on hand for any more breaking news that comes out. When we return, DeMar DeRozan led the NBA in mid-range jumpers by how much? Does a conversation need to be had? Maybe. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
With 25 award-winning years in Northern California, Ashton & Price is your local injury law firm. Pro attorney tip: if a firm presents it's local, but they're in LA, red flag. If your first consultation is not with a lawyer, big red flag. At Ashton & Price, your first consult is with a local attorney, and if serious injury prevents travel, a lawyer will come to you. Still not enough? George Washington's my uncle. At Ashton & Price, no red flags, just red, white, and blue.
Remember, for the best advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton & Price.
The Hagen Oaks Cutting Edge Putter Fitting Studio offers you more technology, more choices, and more service. Hagen Oaks wants to be your go-to total golf game fitter. With $30,000 worth of state-of-the-art technology ready for your fitting, Hagen Oaks will help you make your best putting stroke while finding the best putter design, shape, hosel, length, and loft for your game. Schedule your fitting at the Hagen Oaks Player Performance Studio by calling 916-808-2531. That's 808-2531 for more.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Ooh, ma. What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud phone system. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very
calm. I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business comm at ooma.com/radio.
Hi, I'm Frank LaRosa with Golf to Go. I love spending a day on the golf course with invited friends, but not with uninvited mosquitoes, which can carry serious diseases like West Nile virus. Don't let mosquito bites ruin your round or your health. Stay safe while playing golf, hiking, or enjoying the outdoors with family. Defend yourself with insect repellent. For tips about your golf game, listen for Golf to Go. But for more tips on protecting yourself and your home from mosquitoes, visit fightthebite.net.
Get ready for a night out with Jordan Davis. It's Country in the Park 2, Saturday, September 13th at Cal Expo. Along with special guests Mitchell Tenpenny, Mocash, Vincent Mason, and Abriana. Make it a family day out with food trucks, games, dancing, and more. Saturday, September 13th at Cal Expo. Sponsored by the California Army National Guard and Hop Valley Brewing. Tickets at CITPfest.com.
The summer sales out at Maida Chevy. Save $4,250 off MSRP. Every new Colorado Z71, ZR2 and Trail Boss in stock.
See them all at MaidaChevy.com. Together, let's drive.
Must be current Costco Gold Star Business or Zebra member. Can't be combined with other offers.
Hello, Sacramento. I'm Emran Pilati, owner of True Sports Cards and Collectible Store here in Rockland, California, and the host of the True Sports Cards Show that airs right here on Sacktown Sports 1140 every Saturday from 10 to 11 a.m., where we discuss the latest trends, hottest products, and deliver exclusive interviews with other industry leaders. And don't forget to visit our shop, True Sports Cards, at 6661 Stanford Ranch Road in Rockland and see what we have for all your sports card and memorabilia needs.
Allen Stiles. Watch the show on youtube.com/Sacktown Sports 1140.
Or listen on the Sacktown Sports app.
Doug McBuckets is back. He had a great time out here. We had Doug on the show, and it was a lot of fun. He had a great time out here, and he is coming back for another year. And look, that's great to hear. I was looking again, and you look around this roster, and the 3-point shooting on the team, not exactly where you would think, right? I think we still have the memories of the Beam team and Kevin Huerter making threes, even Harrison Barnes making threes, and Keegan Murray making threes. And De'Aaron Fox, before we left, had his highest percentage from the 3-point line. But they were missing shooting. And I'm not saying that Doug McDermott was the right move, but somebody got to shoot them things. Somebody got to do it. And Doug is going to return. We know Scott Perry likes his vets. That's what we've learned, at least on this team. I don't think Scott Perry is afraid to go in the direction of younger players, but on this team right now, he thinks that vets are going to fit better. That's just what we've kind of seen so far. So that will fill another roster spot. Who's going to be waived because now they're at 15? That remains to be seen. It will probably be Terrence Davis, but we will keep you all in the loop there. There is a stat out that is almost hard to believe. And Brett Usher, who is huge on NBA Twitter, he's big in stats and he posts a ton of clips, things like that. He posted this kind of stat, and it was total mid-range field goal attempts in the regular season. Okay, he's got the top 10 here. And we'll actually do top 11 because there's a reason for it. At number 11, Zach LaVine at 213 field goal attempts. Okay, 213. At number 10, LeBron James at 218. Jalen Green at number 9, 218. Paolo Banchero at number 8, 218. Jalen Brunson at number 7, 227. Jamal Murray at number 6, 278. Number 5, Giannis Antetokounmpo at 283. Kevin Durant at number 4, 286. Okay, cool, right?
I mean, everyone's within, 200 and 300 so far?
Yeah, it's all good. Devin Booker, 325. Oh, wow. That's getting up there.
That's a lot, but he is third in the league, so I guess that makes sense.
Yeah, 51%, 51.7.
Plus, to your point, he shoots it 51%.
Yeah, that's great. That's awesome. Number 2, number 2. Oh, okay, the MVP. Hey, mid-ranges aren't dead. 348 mid-ranges for Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. He shoots it at 50%. All right. Yeah, it looks like he takes a lot of mid-ranges. That makes sense.
Well, he's also the highest usage player in the league, right? He's not just shooting a lot of mid-ranges. He's shooting a lot of everything.
Cool. That makes sense,
50%.
Right?
Great.
Now, as you probably imagine, there's a name that we haven't said yet, and it's not a surprise. This guy is kind of known for his mid-ranges, and, that's just what comes with the deal. So, yeah, DeMar DeRozan, he's number 1. And like we said, Shai's at 348. Devin Booker's at 325. So they're in the 300s.
DeMar must be like 350?
DeMar must be about 350, maybe 400 for mid-range jump shots. I know it seems like a lot, people, but it can't be that much. It's 640. DeMar DeRozan took 640 mid-range jump shots on 45.8%. 640.
So the gap between him and third place is larger than the gap between third place and last, because last is 0. He took twice as many mid-range jump shots as Kevin Durant and he took more than Kevin Durant and Devin Booker combined.
He nearly took 300 more mid-range jump shots than Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, who is number 2. He's at 348. DeMar DeRozan tripled that. You just hear that and it sounds impossible.
Like that, there's just no way that could possibly exist. He took 3 times as many as Zach LaVine, and Zach LaVine is 11th Like, Zach LaVine is still at the top of the league in mid-ranges, and DeRozan took 3 times as many as him.
Yeah.
If we just took away shots where his foot was on the line, do you think he would still be over 500, 550?
Somebody actually looked that up, and now I'm seeing hold on, now I'm seeing on Basketball Reference, this is saying 540.
So you think it's a typo?
I think so. This is saying 540.
Oh, I'm sorry. So only 200 more mid-range attempts than Shai Gilgeous-Alexander.
540.
There's just no way.
Yeah. And look, the only reason I'm bringing this up is because if you're and this is not about DeMar DeRozan, it's just about the game and winning basketball games. We're here to win basketball games. Does a conversation need to be had? Or is a conversation had where it's, hey, man, we can't do this. We cannot do this. And we understand that's who you are, but it just can't be done anymore. It can't be done.
Someone's got to have a conversation, which is a nicer way of phrasing it than the guy who retweeted the comment said that went viral.
Yes.
Which is woof. But it's just, I couldn't believe it. Even at 640 or 540, I can't believe he's just that far ahead of the pack. I mean, we knew he was number 1 in the league, but just to see it quantified that way is
sorry,
crazy.
Kyle. It was 540 2-pointers made. He attempted 1,052. So out of that 1,052, 600 2-pointers attempted, 640. It is 640 were mid-range jump shots. The rest were layups, pretty much.
Yeah, or yeah, I don't know what they define.
Floaters, I guess.
Yeah, it's 640.
It is 640. It was 540 2-pointers made. 640 mid-range jump shots attempted out of 1,052.
Jesus. And what's also crazy is that this person is making the point of Giannis is trying to add mid-range to his game too. Giannis is like the only person in the top 5 that's worse at shooting mid-ranges than DeMar DeRozan. And don't get it wrong, he's very good at shooting mid-ranges.
He's just taking a ton.
He's just not. Everyone else in the top 4 is over 50%, and he's at 46%. And I know I say that, and it sounds like, that's not that far apart. But if we took Devin Booker, for example, if he's taking 500 shots and shooting 5% less than Devin Booker, that means he's missing 25 shots, which is 50 points, right? He's leaving 50 points on the table compared to Devin Booker, which is essentially, if you take it out over a whole season, about a point a game that he's leaving on the table just by taking 3-pointer or taking as many mid-ranges and not hitting him at the same clip.
Yeah, and I was trying to figure out, because somebody did say, Jack Dan on Twitter, he said that this could be off by a little, and I don't think he's trolling. I don't think he's trolling. This could be off by a little because I hand counted, however you want to spend your time.
Wow.
But 49 of DeMar DeRozan's 640 mid-range attempts came within a foot of the 3-point line. He made 48% of those shots. If he had taken one step back, he'd be a respectable 35% 3-point shooter. But how do we know it wasn't going in? How do we know it's going to go in?
I mean, that's the thing. It's just that little step that he's used to.
That's a big deal. That's a big deal. So
you're saying 49 makes were within a foot of the 3-point line, or 49 total attempts.
That's right. 49 of the 640
attempts
were within a foot of the 3-point line.
Okay, so he would still be shooting.
Is just annoying.
Yeah, he would still be shooting
590
mid-range attempts.
Take them away.
God, that makes me so mad. That makes me so angry. And again, not from like he shouldn't be doing that, because he is excellent at doing it. It's just
no, he shouldn't be doing it though, Kyle.
We all know.
Cannot do it anymore.
Yeah, we all know a 3-pointer is more valuable than a 2-pointer. When it's a 1 foot difference, it makes it even more infuriating, because that is the difference between a bad shot and a good shot.
Yeah. I just found that fascinating. That's the word that we'll go with. And it's not sustainable. It's not. And when you wonder and you're racking your brain as to, man, DeMar is playing well, but why the teams that he's on, they're not winning games. It's stuff like this. The game has changed. It's that simple. It's that simple. The game has changed. Has the game changed for the Heat, who could get the biggest get-out-of-jail-free card ever? Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
Carmichael Dave here for my friends at American Energy Heating and Air. Yes, I always tell you they are a family-owned operation, been in business since 81, A-plus Better Business Bureau, but it is hot. We are in those Sacramento hot months. I want to focus on them being your second opinion partner. What does that mean? Maybe you've got somebody you're working with or you've worked with in the past in the HVAC world. Guess what? They want to give you a second opinion. How much does it cost? Nothing. You call them up and say, hey, can I get a second opinion on this deal? They come out and they either say, wow, that's a great deal, you should feel better about that. Or they say, we can beat that price. And usually they're going to beat it by a lot. Guess what? You just saved money and it didn't cost you anything to find out. It's a no-lose situation. Go with a trusted company. American Energy, 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990 or AmericanEnergyAir.com. Jingle Singers, take it away.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Mike Rowe here with a quick question. Is your concrete sinking? Whether it's your driveway, sidewalk, or patio, those uneven surfaces are not just ugly, they're dangerous. That's where Groundworks comes in. They use state-of-the-art concrete lifting solutions to prevent tripping hazards, and they're the best at what they do. Schedule your free inspection at groundworks.com/row. And while you're there, check out my latest dirty job. It's a good one.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I'm Ken Korak with your Green and Gold Report, brought to you by Comcast Business, powering possibilities. Well, the story of Brent Rooker keeps getting better and better. Not long ago, he was with 3 different organizations before becoming a waiver claim by the A's. And now he's on pace for his 3rd straight 30-homer season. And when the best players in baseball gather in Atlanta on the 15th, Rooker will take part in his 2nd All-Star game in the last 3 years. Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. It's how retailers become seamlessly restocking, cyber-securing must-visit shops. And it's how healthcare offices become data-managing caregivers that we all depend on. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and Wi-Fi backup, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business.
At Kids Care Dental and Orthodontics, we're all about summer smiles. During July, we're having our Summer Smiles special with $300 off braces or Invisalign with no money down if you start treatment in July. And you'll have a chance to win Legoland tickets. Go to kidscaredental.com for more information.
Allen Stiles
You can join the show by texting 916-339-1140.
on Sacktown Sports.
Doug McDermott is back, which means that if the Kings want to add someone else, someone's got to go. And it's not going to be Dougie McBuckets. He is here for another year to stay.
Taste me how to Doug. Taste me how to Doug. Taste me how to Doug.
There you go. And Doug McDermott, we did have some good times with him. We definitely did. In a season that had some good times for sure, but Doug McDermott, he really kind of helped make us feel good when we needed it most.
He made it in the one shining moment montage I made.
He did.
Him hitting all those 3-pointers against the Jazz made it into the montage, which I can't remember if it was the largest blowout in Kings history or something like that, but it was like a 45-point win at the end of it. Yeah. But Doug hit 6 3-pointers in like 5 minutes, which was like an all-time record.
There you go. And he's going to be coming back to Sacramento, helping build that culture and being an escape valve when nobody else can throw a rock into the ocean. That is what he's here to do. We know what he's here to do. He knows what he's here to do, and we're happy to see him return.
At what point in the season was it when they were like trying to force him into lineups just because of the shooting? I can't remember.
It was late. It was later than it should have been.
Yeah, I can't remember if someone was hurt. Or maybe it was when Malik was hurt, but at some point they were just like, we're so desperate for shooting that Doug Christie was forcing Doug McDermott into the lineup like as a rotation guy.
And again, that was with Zach LaVine on the team. That was with Zach LaVine on the team, Keegan Murray on the roster. What 3-point shooting have the Kings added besides 2 rookies? I mean, Schroeder can shoot, but there are times where the other team is kind of okay with it.
I just feel like we're not going to convince them that the 3-point shooting is improving without DeRozan not being on the team. And it's not like DeRozan was bad. It's just it's the floor spacing thing. I just don't think you're going to be able to convince people that they are a quality 3-point shooting team. Because I never thought of them as a bad 3-point shooting team. I remember they were a bad 3-point defense last year. Like they were one of the worst in the league. But I think we looked it up. They were kind of middle of the pack when it came to 3-point shooting last season.
Yeah. And Dennis Schroeder, he sits at 34%.
I don't know how many attempts per game is that?
I'll have to check.
Okay. Because I would imagine he's not.
Yeah, it's decent. I mean, last season he was so bad on the Warriors, but last season on 3 different teams, he took 4.9 threes a game at 34%. That's pretty good.
Do you think he's going to take that many on the Kings?
He might not have a choice. I'm looking here at all of the kind of 3-point field goals or 3-point percentages, and the Kings, I mean, they weren't bad. They actually sat, I mean, based on just the eye test, because I'm not going to count it out, they were basically a little past middle of the pack, a little worse than middle of the pack at 35%. You had the Bucks somehow at 38%. The Bucks took 36 a game. The Kings took 35 a game. The Warriors took, for example, 42 a game. The Warriors were at 36%. They took 42 threes a game. as far as how many the Kings took, yeah. I mean, the Nuggets took 31. The Clippers took 33. Then there's a like 4 teams at 34. And then there's 4 more teams at 35. So the Kings are in the bottom half of threes taken, and they're right there in the middle, kind of at the bottom half of 3-point percentage.
I mean, I remember looking it up at the end of the season. I can't remember what we were doing, but 36% was the average for the league for the whole. And they were at what last year? That was 35 point something.
So just a quick count here. It was they're either at 18th or 19th.
Okay.
As far as 3-point percentage at 35.7.
See, if the league average is 36 and they were 35.7, I mean, we're talking about slightly below average to your point.
We have spent this. How do you know it's a summer? Well, we spent an hour and a half on Isaac Jones and an hour on Doug McDermott.
But just specifically what Doug McDermott's 3-point shooting did last season. Not even like, oh, he might do. We don't even believe it. He's the 14th guy on the bench, and we'll see if he ever gets playing time.
Teach me how to dunk. Teach me how to dunk.
Yeah, and they were towards the bottom as far as 3-pointers made per game. So, look, we can laugh, and some people are laughing, and we obviously had fun with it when it first broke, but they're kind of in need of 3-point shooting. And was Doug McDermott the best answer? I don't know. Maybe Scott Perry feels in this setting, everything might make more sense, right? With Dennis Schroeder, more carved out roles, it could make more sense. Because you had Jay Crowder on the team who was just there to enforce and to make sure that the rookies said hello to the refs. That's why Jay Crowder was on the team.
And wear the back brace.
And to make sure somebody was getting use out of the back brace.
Yeah, he always had the back brace on.
So maybe Scott Perry feels, look, we're not going to ask for a lot from Doug, but we all are going to have our roles. And you look at the 3-point shooting, that is somewhere we were lacking. If I'm choosing between, does this mean goodbye to Trey Lyles? Possibly, right? Not for sure, but right now they're going to have to waive somebody. And are you going to waive somebody to bring in Trey Lyles? Doug McDermott isn't a point guard, right? Obviously, he's a big guard, or a tall guard, I should say. But you're starting to run out of roster spots. So, hey, yeah, Trey can stretch the floor. He kind of hasn't been stretching the floor. He's been a little streaky shooting the 3 ball. Let's go ahead and go with Doug, because if we're looking for somebody to do one thing and we're not necessarily asking Trey to do the other things that he'd been doing, then we might as well get the more pure 3-point shooter. And that's pretty much it. The NBA, so Terry Rozier is being, I guess, accused of gambling in some fashion, and the NBA is doing an investigation. This could be huge for the Heat, and I'm not even making a joke when the Heat – I'll read you this, okay? This is from Winderman, a writer for the Heat. He says, an NBA suspension of Rozier would afford the Heat salary cap and luxury tax relief of 50% of the salary lost during a suspension. An NBA banishment of Rozier would remove Rozier's salary from the Heat's payroll. So basically, if he gets suspended, they would get, what is he making? About 26 mil. So they would get 13 mil to play with. And if he gets banned, they would get the full 26. Now, he's only got one more year left on the deal.
But they would get below the luxury tax.
They would get below the luxury tax. Even if he's just suspended, which it kind of feels like he's going to be suspended. And he's been so bad, and we don't know if he's been bad on purpose or not. But the Heat could find a way to go get something else, all because Terry Rozier was part of a betting scandal.
Okay, did you read the actual story that came out this weekend with Rozier? Because I don't know if it makes me feel like there's a better chance he'll get suspended or a worse chance he'll get suspended. Because basically it was like, so a bunch of people took his under props.
Right.
And
he had some weird injury.
Yeah, so he left like 10 minutes into the game and they all cashed. And I think one sports book was in like Louisiana was like refusing to pay it out because it's like, we're pretty sure you had some inside information. Why would you play 60 unders on Terry Rozier? So he then didn't play the rest of the season. So didn't play for 2 months after that. So was it just something that they knew he was badly injured, but was trying to drag it out? Like, I don't know what to do with the fact that it wasn't like just Jonte Porter where like he left with an eye issue and came back the next game. It's like he was gone for months at a time, and I don't know what to do with how they came upon that information, because clearly he was already hurt before that happened.
Yeah, and I guess if you're the Heat, you just want it to be over with. Again, these are all these organizations that are so buttoned up, and everyone bags on the Kings, and I'm not saying the Kings are nowhere near perfect, but the Heat, in 1 year, the Heat have had the Jimmy Butler stuff, Eric Spoelstra having to speak out on Khalil Ware to the media, and possibly a betting scandal.
Okay, in their defense, for only the last part, the scandal did happen while he was in Charlotte.
Hey, well, he's on their team now.
Yeah, they just made
nobody's paying attention to Charlotte. I can get away with this. When are people going to get smarter to not just do all the bets at one time? Because that's what's going to...
Hold on. Your takeaway from the scandal is when are people going to be better at...
Yeah, be better at betting. If you're going to scam the system...
No, you're saying get better at committing crimes.
When are they going to figure it out? Seriously, they keep going down the same way.
They figured this out for like New Orleans Division II basketball. They'll be able to figure it out for NBA.
Jonte Porter walked so you could run. Like, figure it out.
You're saying get better at committing crimes.
If you're going to commit a crime, at least be good at it.
This is like the Charles Barkley, Jesse Smollett point, where he's like, don't commit crimes with cash.
Yeah.
Don't commit crimes with checks. Don't commit crimes that you can't have a trace.
Come on now. All right. On the other side, the big winner of Summer League. And should we worry about Devin Carter? Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave here for Capital Casino, Sacramento's #1 poker room, inviting you to come join them every Wednesday for their midweek madness drawing, giving away $2,000 in total cash starting at 6 p.m. It's a safe and friendly environment, plenty of well-lit parking available, and it's conveniently located right there in downtown Sacramento. And remember, best food, best service, best games, 411 North 16th Street in downtown Sacramento. For more information, log on to capital-casino.com and gamble responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Power Business Technology is proud to be a 100% independent, locally owned and managed Toshiba copier dealer. Local ownership cuts out the red tape, allowing ourselves to never be too busy to personally answer the call when our clients need us. Recognized for excellence in service execution, training, and customer service, we're proud to be named a Toshiba ProMasters Elite Dealer since 2021. Contact us today for all of your business printing needs at 844-POWER-BZ. That's 844-769-3729, or visit us at powercopiers.com.
There was always a crowd gathered around our dining table when I was growing up. Hi, I'm Frank LaRosa with a word about Naturewood Home Furnishings. Everyone was welcome at my mother's table, so holidays, birthdays, and celebrations always included family and friends. I used to think I was the most popular kid in the neighborhood until I realized that my friends were really there for my mother's incredible cooking. Years later, when I bought my own dining table from Naturewood, I made sure it was large enough to make friends feel welcome. And right now, during Naturewood Home Furnishings Dine in Style sale, you have an opportunity to find the perfect dining room furniture to help you create your own treasured memories. Choose from casual to formal or anything in between. Visit Naturewood Home Furnishings during the Dine in Style sale off Highway 50 at Hazel. Look for the water wheel.
Are you thinking about buying a new car? Well, maybe you're on the fence. Let me help you out. Kyle Draper here from Mercedes-Benz of Stockton. From the first time I stepped into the MB of Stockton showroom, I knew I made the right choice. I settled on the all-electric EQS SUV. It's comfortable, stylish, and most importantly, it's safe. Mercedes-Benz has the reputation of making the finest cars in the world. Now it's your turn to experience what I already know. Mercedes-Benz of Stockton is the best car buying experience you'll ever have. It's just a short drive down I-5 or anytime at mbfstockton.com.
Golf to Go is brought to you by the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop. Here's Frank LaRosa.
How far do you hit your 7-iron? The answers will tell you which tees to play, according to Josh Sens in Golf Magazine. Deep down, you know you shouldn't be playing from the tips, but it's common for golfers to play from too far back. Aside from higher scores, rounds become a grind and golf becomes much less fun. After several years of research, the USGA unveiled a new data-driven offering to find the proper tees called Best Tees. If you know how far you hit your 7-iron, Best Tees will tell you which tee boxes to play. A typical male golfer should be playing from 6,100 yards and a typical female golfer from 4,400 yards. Most players have a good idea of their 7-iron distance, with average males' distance of 138 yards and average females of 100 yards. Throw out the occasional perfect shot, which travels more than those distances, and concentrate on your average. This will allow you to reach the vicinity of most greens in regulation and let you hit a variety of clubs on approach shots. Leave your ego at home and give it a chance. You'll have more fun. That's your Golf to Go. I'm Frank LaRosa.
KHD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento. From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
Sacramento's official home of the 49ers.
San Francisco.
Sacktown Sports 1140. Live and local.
It's Allen Stiles
on Sacktown Sports.
News, we wanted news, and news is exactly what we got. Okay, and we want to give everybody fair warning here. So 1:30 is when we're going to do the Lumineers ticket giveaway, August 6th at 1:30. We will give you a chance to win those tickets at Golden One Center. Yeah, it's a big one. So that's coming up at 1:30. If you're on the app, you're going to want to switch on over probably around 1:20, something like that, so you don't get caught up in the little delay that's out there. Hop on YouTube or hop on 1140 a.m. in your car or however you can access it. I know my mom, she still has, Kyle probably never even heard of this, my mom still has one of those radios, or a radio in her house where she can access AM stations, AM and FM. It's got a CD player in it, but obviously it's got an auxiliary cord. And because our signal is very, very strong, she listens from Concord, California. That's correct. So
nice.
If you're like my mom, you got the AM just blasting in your kitchen. You can switch on over to make sure you have a chance to win those Lumineers tickets at 1:00. Let's get to what Shams had to say. So you have Doug McDermott signing. We have some news on Jonas Valanciunas as well. And Chris Paul finally twisted the Clippers' arms into returning to Los Angeles. Let's hear what he had to say.
Malika, Chris Paul wanted to stay near his family in Los Angeles this upcoming season, and the Clippers needed another reserve guard. They needed someone at the point guard position coming off the bench, so it made it a perfect match, a perfect reunion. And multiple suitors such as Milwaukee, Dallas, Charlotte all expressed interest in Chris Paul over the last few weeks. But now the ability to join a contender in LA, the shared history that these two sides have together, 5 All-Star appearances, 5 All-NBA teams, a franchise record with the Clippers in 6 years that he had spent there prior. And he really wanted to see, can he return back to the Clippers? And this is a team full of veteran players. It's a deep team. I'm told Chris Paul very much understands his role could fluctuate night to night. He might not play on some nights, but the ability to start, come off the bench, and be a plug-and-play player. This is someone that could have a pretty impactful role coming off that Clippers bench.
Yeah. Did this man say Charlotte?
Let's play it back.
Did he say Charlotte? He said Milwaukee, Dallas, And I feel like he said Charlotte. Kyle's working on that because if he said Charlotte, what do we talk?
It's a deep team. I'm told Chris Paul Union and multiple suitors such as Milwaukee, Dallas, Charlotte all expressed interest in.
Charlotte was interested.
Well, that's the one thing we didn't talk about with the Summer League because we did mention how it's been a bit of a mixed bag. What happens after you win Summer League and does it matter? Should we feel, because now Charlotte is the new Detroit. Whenever I need to talk about a bad team, I'll just say at least so-and-so isn't Charlotte. Should we feel more optimistic about the future of the Hornets because of what Kneppel did? Obviously, Liam McNeely, he didn't even play.
Great name, by the way, but he only played in, I think, 2 games.
Yeah, so they looked good, and obviously you got LaMelo, you still got Miles Bridges. Should we feel better about the Hornets at all?
Better than what?
Whatever they were these last couple seasons?
I would say no, because I don't think they're going to be able to build a contender around LaMelo before LaMelo hits free agency. I want to keep doing the jokes about it, but I will just say the reason why the Hornets were in there is because he's from North Carolina. And so it would be coming home, except coming home is Los Angeles, but it would be like come back to North Carolina to end your career situation. But I think it is funnier for the Hornets to be like, we're feeling ourselves after winning this Summer League.
In.
Chris Paul, come on down, buddy.
You're the missing piece.
Would you rather back up on the Clippers or be a backup on the Hornets?
Yeah, that's not going to fly. So
Mavericks is kind of crazy too. Like, don't you have enough people already?
No, the Mavericks they don't know.
But also no point guards.
Yeah, they don't really know what they're doing, but they do have D'Angelo Russell. And as D'Angelo Russell said, I like me with a chip on my shoulder. Okay, D'Lo.
He also said, I like playing meaningful basketball.
Right. No, well, this is perfect for him because he's basically the substitute teacher until Kyrie comes back.
Wow.
He can do whatever he wants.
Imagine saying that sentence 4 years ago. Jesus.
Yeah.
D'Angelo Russell is substitute teaching for Kyrie Irving.
He can do whatever he wants. Well, Jonas Valanciunas tried to do whatever he wanted.
Senor Segue strikes again.
We're getting there.
And
we're warming up this week.
It did not work out for him. This is what he had to say about his upcoming time with the Denver Nuggets. I want to clear the air about my playing situation next season now that Denver has made their decision to keep me. That's just a funny statement.
That's not quite how that went.
Yes. Now that Denver made their decision to keep me. The idea of playing for Panathinaikos closer to home was very exciting to me, but that will have to wait. I am fully committed to honoring my contract with the Nuggets this season and will give it my all to compete for a championship. He had no choice. But Jonas Valanciunas is ready to rock and roll.
I have to.
Yeah. I don't have a choice, so I'm here until I don't have to be here.
Yes.
There's worse places to be. He gets to back up Jokic. Dang near might play with Jokic from time to time.
Considering he spent last year on the Wizards and the Kings.
Yeah.
But not even the fun Kings, like the post-De'Aaron Fox trade Kings.
Yeah.
And the fact that he's been in the play-in, 6 years in a row, I would say, yes, there are worse places to be than backing up Jokic.
I'm just thinking in my mind. One thing I'm going to always remember about Jonas Valanciunas is before the games would start and you watch, and I think they show them on TV for the most part, but I don't know. But he basically started doing a hybrid mosh pit. So after they would call out the starting five, he'd start shouldering everyone. And I'm thinking, oh, man, this is great. Getting hyped just for them to get cracked by 20. Just a game. And I always felt so bad for him because I think he thought, I'm going to come here and we're going to make a run. And he played his butt off, man. He plays hard. And he would be muscling people. And, yeah, this is brotherhood. This is our brotherhood. and then they would get beat down by 20.
I mean, sometimes they would win.
Sometimes they would win.
It was kind of right in the middle, which is where Jonas Valanciunas has been literally ever since that time that LeBron swept the 1-seed Raptors.
Yeah.
He's literally been in the play-in every single season since.
So he is staying in Denver because he didn't really have a choice whether or not he could leave. And he tried to leave, but it did not work out for him. We will see how it works out for Devin Carter. We know how it worked out for Isaac Jones. Isaac Jones was the top performer per Hoops Hype in the Summer League. He was a big winner of Summer League as far as I'm concerned, and he was a top performer based on Hoop Hype's global rating. Global rating is a statistical tool created by Hoop Hype's Alberto De Roa that measures players and teams' performance, taking into account not only individual stats, but also team and competition strength. As opposed to some other advanced stats, the main idea is that individual stats can't be measured in a vacuum. No matter the competition, having 2010 and 5 season for the championship team will always have more value than doing it for the worst team. And when comparing competitions, having a great season against the best squads in the world will always have more value than accomplishing that against minnows. The goal for global rating is to understand and measure this nuance. So great stuff for Isaac Jones, and we're really excited for what he was able to bring to the table throughout the show. If you're just not joining us, some people tried to get us off the hype train. And look, the hype train might slow down because we're going to hit reality. And when you look at what the Clippers are doing, somebody said the unction is kicking off in LA. I think they could put out, I saw they could put out a lineup with Batum, Chris Paul, James Harden. I don't even know. I don't know that Kawhi was in it.
I think it was Brooke Lopez.
Brooke Lopez, and the average age would be 37.
Yeah.
That's insane.
I'm trying to think who else. Maybe Bradley. I don't know how old Bradley is at this point.
That's insane. So
someone actually did. You know the meme that goes around of the unction with the old guys?
Yeah.
I did see someone actually did a AI level Photoshop with all of the Clippers faces in on it, which that made me laugh. That is going to get thrown around all season long every time something bad happens to them.
So they're going all in, and we get all that, but the Kings, there's only a couple ways they can get where they want to go, right? And right now, there's just not a lot of opportunities out there based on what assets they have to then bring to the table. That's just the best way to put it. Some whispers have still happened. Carmichael Dave came out. He quieted all the Ben Simmons talk, and you know that he's got sources, and he's getting information while on the coast of Mexico and, up north on the coast of California. So there's just not much. There's just not much. And that's why we're spending this time on the Isaac Jones of the world and on the Devin Carters of the world and on the Dougie McBuckets of the world. Does that tell you something? Doug McDermott, that re-signing, does that tell you, okay, well, obviously a trade would be a trade, but hey, even in acquiring certain assets and acquiring more pieces and players that would be a part of the roster, does that tell you, yeah, it is pretty dry out there right now, right? Does that tell you, hey, we're kind of set with what we're doing and we feel comfortable enough to lock up another roster spot because DeMar's not going anywhere, right? DeMar for 2 guys, whatever it is, that you can go on and waive Terrence Davis, but makes things a little bit more complicated. So does that tell you it's not necessarily about the Doug McDermott signing? No disrespect whatsoever to Doug, but it tells you more about what the Kings are thinking as far as what else is out there and how there's just not much. And we feel comfortable making this deal because we want to make sure we lock up a shooter, even if he's not going to get a ton of time. We know he's comfortable. Maybe there's a rapport between Doug and Doug, as in head coach Doug Christie. Let's go ahead and lock him up because there is not a lot out there right now that we think fits what we're trying to do. And if Ben Simmons not going to be a part of it, Kyle seems to think if the Westbrook thing was going to happen, it would have already happened. I don't know if that's true or not, but we will see. We will see. As far as Devin Carter is concerned, people are worried. And I don't even know how much you should be worried because it really depends on what you expected from him. And that's the panic meter thing. So where did we end then, Kyle, for the panic meter for Devin Carter? I mean, I had went down. Then after these last two games, the semis and finals, he had some flashes in both of them. I think I'm back where I originally was. I'm a 6 for Devin Carter. That's where I always was.
I don't think that's where you originally were. I think when we invented this, it was after the first game, and you were either a soft 7 or an 8.
I was not an 8.
I'm pretty sure we can review the tape if we want.
We can check the tape. Look, fine. I'm a 6 or a 7. I'll be a 7. I'll stand on business. I'll be a 7.
Okay. Well, I don't know. I would say I'm still at a 3, but the fact that you've gone from a 7 back all the way up to 3, then back to 6 is a little more telling, I feel like.
That's how I feel when I watch him. That's literally what the experience is, though. When I'm watching Devin Carter, it's up and it's down, and it's a swish or it's an air ball. That's what it is.
I mean, maybe we don't ride as high or low based on Summer League results, but to your point earlier, we did the stock up, stock down conversation. This was a confusing Summer League for Devin Carter because unless they're going to balance out the roster by trading a guard for a forward, then one of these guys in the gluttony of guards, I'm talking about Zach LaVine, DeMar DeRozan, Neek Clifford, Keon Ellis, Malik Monk, Devin Carter, one of them is just not going to play.
Right.
Or multiple of them are not going to play. Unless Devin Carter moves to the point, which they tried, and like we kind of talked about, they were running pick and rolls, and they were just leaving him open for 3, and he was clanking them. So I don't know what they are doing with the point guard experiment, if that's going to continue, or if that's
I don't think so.
Maybe that's the only way Devin Carter finds minutes on this team. I don't know.
Well, I'll say I don't think so, assuming that they add someone else. If they don't add someone else, it's just hard for me to believe that we are at a point where you're willing to put the ball in Devin Carter's hands before Malik Monk. I just can't believe that we are at this point in life. I almost refuse to believe that.
I just think, and in that interview that Scott Perry did with Brennan, he mentioned this point is belief in putting players in the best position for them to succeed, play to their strengths, because Devin Carter got to the NBA by being a shooting, rebounding, defending combo guard. To then ask him to do something different than what got him to become one of the best 400 basketball players in the world and best 15 in his draft class, then that's doing him a disservice to the skill set that made him great. And unless there's going to be such a seamless transition, and this was the role he was always meant to be, you're better off putting him in the best position to succeed, which honestly is the Keon Ellis role, which is what makes the Devin Carter draft pick going all the way back to 2024 make less sense.
I think they're essentially saying this is how if you're going to play, you're going to have to handle the ball. And that doesn't mean he's going to be able to do it. I think they're just saying, if you want time, you're going to have to make this work because we don't need another guard that can't really play make, because we're planning on keeping Keon for a while. That's just the reality.
Well, that is the interesting point in this, which is if they had done the restricted free agency, sign Keon to an extension thing, I think there would have been less of a need for Devin Carter. But as it stands right now, Keon Ellis can be an unrestricted free agent next summer. And if unrestricted free agency means he's going to get cashed out by the Bulls or someone else, then they might have to come back to the table and start asking some questions about how to replace Keon Ellis, and maybe that opens a role for Devin Carter. But again, that's like
after a year of not playing.
Exactly. That's like 12 months down the road and a lot of ifs, ands, or buts. We don't have no idea who's going to even be on the team next summer.
530 says you were a solid 7. Yeah.
So what, a soft 8, solid 7?
I don't know. I was a solid 7. And that's where I am now.
You just said 6.
That's where I am now. A 7. A 7.
You just said 6 2 minutes ago.
I said 6, but I meant 7. That's,
But actually 5.
I'm sticking out a 7. 916-339-1140. Stock up, stock down. Who impressed you during this summer league run, if anybody? Maybe no one did.
I just realized we missed a golden opportunity to play with the whole roster. Stock up, stock down, or stock 10.
No, that's a good one.
That would have been great. Either your stock is up, your stock is down, or you're going to stock 10.
Yeah, and I think a lot of them might be going to Stockton. Is there anyone, just double checking here, is there anyone that surprised you or impressed you that is outside of the guys that we've already talked about? Isaac Jones, Maxime, Neek, Devin Carter. Dylan Cardwell was intriguing. He's not ready, but he was as advertised. How about that?
I guess I would say all the two-way players I'm intrigued by. And I only say intrigued is code word for I didn't watch enough of them to really get a good enough picture. But Isaiah Stevens apparently did really well at the Summer League, and he's already gotten one of the two-way deals. So I am very intrigued to see what happens with Isaiah Stevens. I guess I would say Dylan Cardwell stock down if I had to pick one, just because he really doesn't do anything other than rebound and dunk.
Crazy laser yesterday.
Oh, yeah, that little push shot.
Yeah.
The Hartenstein push shot that he hit. But, again, I just didn't watch enough of him.
Daquan Plowden had moments.
Do we think he's going to get the third two-way contract if we had to guess right now?
Yeah,
I'm trying to think how old he is at this point.
Well, I know he's been around a little bit.
Yeah.
He was with the Warriors last season.
No, he's 26, so he can't qualify for the two-way.
Yeah, he had a great putback. Somebody put on the text line, and he can shoot the ball for sure. So I liked what I saw from him. It's just a matter of spots. Did Caitlin Clark's
boyfriend's brother
ever play?
Well, he didn't play in any of the games I paid attention to, so I don't think so.
I do not recall seeing. I saw him in Vegas. I saw them practicing.
I'm sure he got some minutes, right? They had to play. What's the point of going to Summer League if you're not going to play? At that point, just go to Turkey or go to one of these other countries. If you're going to
sitting on the bench saying, I should have went to Turkey.
John Elmore's on his way there.
Yeah.
John Elmore was in the game. I saw him play at one point.
209 says, I thought Carter looked legit bad this summer league. So he had the really good bounce back game, right? Outside of that bounce back game,
I think he had a good third game.
That's right. Yeah, he had two. He had the really good bounce back game, and then it just, I guess, started to move in the wrong direction, but slowly. Right? It was a great game, then good game, then okay.
It was
game.
like all of a sudden you looked up and he was 1 for 11 from the 3-point line in the semifinal and championship rounds.
Yeah, and he was out there pulling, and I'm glad he was. It's just you got to hit, and a lot of people are saying they were. And if you look at the spacing on some of the clips from yesterday, yeah, they were pretty much saying they were pretty much daring him to shoot. They were.
He was coming off of pick and rolls and just being left open.
Yeah, go ahead. We'll go under.
And he hit the first one I saw, which is where I was like, okay, great. And then they ran it, I think, 3 more times.
Yeah, it's a numbers game.
Yeah, he clanked all 3 of them.
Yeah, so it's a numbers game. Mason Jones, I don't know what's going to happen with Mason Jones. He put his heart out there. He put everything out there. He was coming off the bench because of that injury, but he was still getting essentially starter minutes. He had, I think, 24 minutes against the Raptors, and then it might have been 31 minutes against the Hornets. So I just really like Mason Jones and appreciate how hard he's worked. It feels like we might be headed towards the end, though.
Yeah, I don't know what to do with that because I would say, hey, just go back to Stockton, but with no hope of getting a two-way contract because he's now aged out of being eligible. You're fighting for a roster spot, and what are the chances?
And it turns into, hey, we also, no disrespect, don't want you hindering what we're trying to do. Like if you go to a junior college, and now you can go anywhere because of the transfer portal, but back in my day, it's like if you went to a junior college and didn't get your D1 scholarship, I'm going to just go back. And you keep saying, I'm going to go back, I'm going to go back. At some point, the coach is going to say, hey, actually, and that's what's happening with the transfer portal at 4 years, right? If you don't get drafted, or not really in basketball because you kind of know, but if you don't get drafted, and I think it probably happens in basketball too, you don't get drafted, football, basketball, baseball, you say, hey, coach, I'm going to come back. And this is what they don't tell you about the transfer portal. Hey, coach, I'm going to come back. I want to play again, and I want to, show the scouts what we can do. Well, brother, we got freshmen coming in, and we got new juniors coming in, and we got new transfer portal people coming in. We think you should enter the portal because we don't have a spot for you.
Well, that literally happened to what's his name, Ewers at Texas, where he went to the draft when he's going to lose money because he didn't transfer to another school. I mean, they were going to go Arch Manning no matter what, but he probably should have transferred. He was just like, okay, I guess I have to go to the draft, and he was a 7th round pick.
Yeah, buy or sell with the Giants and the A's. We're going to carefully talk about this WNBA stuff as well, and more of your thoughts on the Kings and Summer League down south. Sacktown Sports.
Sacramento weather is brought to you by Outgrove Honda.
I'm Tamara Berg in the KCRA 3 Weather Center. Welcome to your Monday. Looking at mostly sunny skies and feeling that Delta breeze. It'll be occasionally gusty at times this afternoon. Expect temperatures trending below normal. Highs today in the lower to mid 80s. Expect overnight lows in the 50s. Get the latest forecast on the KCRA 3 News and the KCRA 3 app.
At Elk Grove Honda, we've acquired some of the best pre-owned cars we can find. Whether you purchase a new Honda or a like-new pre-owned Honda, Elk Grove Honda has the right Honda at the right price. In the Elk Grove Auto Mall, Highway 99 and Elk Grove Boulevard, or elkgrovehonda.com.
I gotta get an Elk Grove Honda.
I'm Ken Korak with your Green and Gold Report, brought to you by Comcast Business, powering possibilities. Well, the story of Brent Rooker keeps getting better and better. Not long ago, he was with 3 different organizations before becoming a waiver claim by the A's. And now he's on pace for his 3rd straight 30-homer season. And when the best players in baseball gather in Atlanta on the 15th, Rooker will take part in his 2nd All-Star game in the last 3 years. Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. It's how retailers become seamlessly restocking, cyber-securing must-visit shops. And it's how healthcare offices become data-managing caregivers that we all depend on. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and Wi-Fi backup, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business.
The Hagen Oaks Cutting Edge Putter Fitting Studio offers you more technology, more choices, and more service. Hagen Oaks wants to be your go-to total golf game fitter. With $30,000 worth of state-of-the-art technology ready for your fitting, Hagen Oaks will help you make your best putting stroke while finding the best putter design, shape, hosel, length, and loft for your game. Schedule your fitting at the Hagen Oaks Player Performance Studio by calling 916-808-2531. That's 808-2531 for more.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave. I got to tell you, I am so excited to get this decking project started with Trex Decking and Railings. From the first time I stepped foot in the showroom last week, I was so impressed. So many color options, heat-resistant composite deck. What does that mean? That means I don't have to do any maintenance on it whatsoever. They even have a deck designer, so you can go online and see what your dream deck will look like on your house. Just visit Trex, that's Trex.com to get it started. Tell them Carmichael Dave sent you.
Get ready for a night out with Jordan Davis. It's Country in the Park 2, Saturday, September 13th at Cal Expo. Along with special guests Mitchell Tenpenny, Low Cash,
Vincent Mason, and Averyana. Make it a family day out with food trucks, games, dancing, and more. Saturday, September 13th at Cal Expo. Sponsored by the California Army National Guard and Hop Valley Brewing. Tickets at CITPFest.com.
Carmichael Dave here for my friends at American Energy Heating and Air. Yes, I always tell you they are a family-owned operation, been in business since 81, A-plus Better Business Bureau, but it is hot. We are in those Sacramento hot months. I want to focus on them being your second opinion partner. What does that mean? Maybe you've got somebody you're working with or you've worked with in the past in the HVAC world. Guess what? They want to give you a second opinion. How much does it cost? Nothing. You call them up and say, hey, can I get a second opinion on this deal? They come out and they either say, wow, that's a great deal. You should feel better about that. Or they say, we can beat that price. And usually they're going to beat it by a lot. Guess what? You just saved money and it didn't cost you anything to find out. It's a no-lose situation. Go with a trusted company. American Energy, 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990 or AmericanEnergyAir.com. Jingle Singers, take it away.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
Allen Stiles. Watch the show on youtube.com/Sacktown Sports 1140.
Or listen on the Sacktown Sports app.
209 says, and we were double checking, think Whitey might be out today, so no crosstalk, so 30 more minutes with ya. And 209 says Mason Jones deserves to be on this roster. He's done his part. That's a good point, though, Kyle. With the addition of Doug McDermott, right now Mason Jones has no home?
Well, I don't think he ever had a home.
Right.
He's kind of one of those players that's.
But let me rephrase. When he's agreed, obviously he's going to try out for other teams too.
Yeah.
But when he agreed, it was in part, hey, the Kings have 1-2 more roster spots. Maybe I could slide into one of those.
Well, that was his only path to making the team. Yes.
And then as he just landed back in Sacramento, he finds out the last spot is going to Doug McDermott.
For now. They could waive Terrence Davis, which would open up another roster spot. But, yeah, I think even if that roster spot were open,
it's not going to another shooting guard.
Well, it's not going to another shooting guard, and I don't think they would do it now, right? They would wait until training camp to decide that roster spot. Either they're going to sign someone to the last spot and waive Terrence Davis. They're going to keep Terrence Davis, which we haven't heard anything to the contrary that they wouldn't. We're just assuming that by bringing in Doug, they still want to make more roster moves. And then they would either do that, keep Terrence Davis, or waive Terrence Davis before training camp and then decide in training camp who to give the last roster spot to, or maybe don't. Maybe they just go into it with 14 players.
Yeah, 916, for the love of God, please don't let Mason Jones on our roster. Another 209, Mason Jones had a bunch of turnovers and didn't move the needle at all for the Vegas team. Why does he deserve a roster spot? I don't know. Ask the other 209.
I think the 209 was making the point that he deserves it, which is nothing to do with his actual play. I think it's more of he's done the two-way contract thing, was the Stockton Kings finals MVP, has been the now veteran guy on the Summer League team who showed up even though he had no shot of getting a two-way contract. I guess you'd make the point like he's paid his dues and therefore he deserves a roster spot.
I think it goes both ways. I think the Kings gave him an opportunity to be seen by other teams as well. He unfortunately had the oblique injury, which he was clearly battling through. And that, to me, is the Kings saying, this is what we can do for you. We're going to put you on a stage. We're going to, because I believe he was starting before the oblique injury.
Oh, I think he started yesterday too, didn't he?
No, he didn't start yesterday.
Okay, then yeah, he was.
But we're going to give you an opportunity, and at the very least, maybe you'll get picked up by somebody else. So I think that's the Kings saying, this is the best we can do for you. And this is how it goes, man. And I'm looking up a former name as well, Colby Jones. right? Colby Jones, who's on the Wizards now. And all these guys, Colby Jones, 6'6", and he's more of a, I don't know, he was supposed to be somebody's Josh Hart too, I'm sure, but you got to try to find a niche and you got to nail it down. Mason Jones, his archetype and what he told us during media days, he's a shooter, right? And didn't feel like, obviously he had the injury, so it stinks. Didn't shoot the ball great, it felt like, right? He's, again, not a traditional point guard. So nobody, and I don't want to have to do the thing because we really like Mason Jones. Of course we do, but come on, 209. Nobody deserves anything. If you deserve it, then you'll get it.
That's a tough thing I'm going back and forth with on Mason Jones because I don't know how the G League draft works. I know there's a system of like reallocating players who kind of get stuck at that point. I don't know if Mason is part of it. I don't know how it works, but I guess I'm just stuck on, do you go back to Stockton for another year and keep trying to chip away at that well and see if you can get one of those roster spots eventually? Or do you go to another G League team? Because he obviously was the G League Finals MVP. He's obviously
he's got value. He's got value. By the way, Colby Jones out of the league. It was who last played for the Washington.
Yeah, I kind of thought that was the case without a guarantee there, but he had to be on someone's summer league roster, right?
I don't know. But real quick on the Mason Jones thing, this is an interesting wrinkle. Because and we've talked about this too, and it's a great point by Ken on the chat. I would rather have Mason Jones than Devin Carter. I'm going to be honest with you. Me personally, I've seen Devin Carter play more than Mason Jones. I have. So I don't know that I can say that, even if you're right though, Ken. And that's why I will kind of retract what I said. If you deserve something, you'll get it, because there are circumstances where that's not the case. Because Mason Jones may be better than Devin Carter right now. A couple of parts to that. Even if he is better than Devin Carter, that team doesn't need another shooting guard. So, if anything, the Kings don't need either of them. And with that being said, it does become a situation where you're dealing with a first-round pick who is younger. He's 3 years younger than Mason Jones. So even if Mason Jones is better, yeah. If we're doing, which he didn't beat out Devin Carter in the summer league because he was injured. So even if we wanted to say, well, he played better than him, but he didn't make the team because of politics or whatever, we can't really say that, unfortunately, because of his injury. So we can't say that.
Yeah, I don't know exactly what to do with Mason Jones. I mean, Devin Carter, at least because he's a lottery pick, has a guaranteed season. They're probably going to pick up his team option for the third year, so he'll have 2 guaranteed seasons at that point. At least he's going to get more runway to prove himself in Sacramento, unless they obviously trade him as part of a larger package. But he's going to get more runway than, say, Mason Jones.
Yeah. And that's just going to have to be how the cookie crumbles right now. And how the cookie is about to crumble is, like we said, 137, just plus 7 more minutes. And your segue strikes again. It's time for the Lumineers ticket giveaway. Let it play. Oh, this is going to hit. This is going to hit. Win a pair of tickets to see the Lumineers at Golden One Center on August 6th. We're looking for caller number 3. Caller number 3 to hit the Folsom Lake Honda hotline right now to win a pair of tickets to see the Lumineers at Golden One Center on August 6th. 916-339-1140. 916-339-1140. 916-339-1140. Caller number 3. Caller number 3. Oh, yeah. Oh, the callers are coming in now.
Yeah.
Caller number 3. There you have it.
Did you see that video at the Lumineers concert earlier with Mr. Met?
I don't know, but you said video and concert. I'm thinking, what now?
So the Lumineers are on a tour right now, and they did one in New York, and Mr. Met came out on stage, and then the guy in the Mr. Met costume fell off the stage. was very funny.
No.
That won't happen at Golden One Center, but from what I've seen, this tour is
Mets,
exciting.
They need to do less. Mr. Met, Mrs. Met, it's enough. We've seen enough.
The tour that already produced Mr. Met falling off the stage is now coming to Golden One Center.
It's enough. We're good here. Thank you, Mr. and Mrs. Met. But the Lumineers, your chance. Kyle is looking for caller number 3. If you win, say thank you, Allen. If you lose, say dang it, Kyle. It's your fault. 916-339-1140. We will have that for you throughout the week. Your opportunity to win tickets there. Real quick on some of the WNBA stuff, the pay us what you owe us. I'm not the type to speak on things when I don't fully grasp all of it. And I would just say that more people should take that mantra and more people should kind of do that, because it just, I want the WNBA to just be about basketball. I feel the same way about the WNBA as I feel about kind of the A's situation out here in Sacramento. And I get it. We're going to have to talk about the field, and we're going to have to talk about the A's moving to Vegas and how people from the Bay Area feel and how people from Oakland feel. I get that, but I just like talking baseball when we do talk about it, when the A's give us good things to talk about and positive things to talk about from the baseball aspect. When we have on Coach Eric Martins, that's how I feel about the WNBA. I'm not going to sit here and say, well, based on the collective bargaining, I'm not going to do that, man. But from everything that I've read and everything that I've gathered, it seems like there is kind of an issue with what the WNBA is asking for, an issue with how they're asking for it. I think that's a big part of this as well. You got Kelsey Plum taking weird shots at Caitlin Clark. The whole thing is just a complete mess. And, there's just not enough time to even scratch the surface on it. But it does seem like, from what I've read, and this goes back to really not the beginning, but really just the crux of the argument. It's not about asking to be paid as much as their male counterparts. It's just about, with the league and the revenue that they're generating changing, they just want that to reflect in what they're being paid. Ryan Russillo said this from The Ringer, and he says, over the years, I haven't loved some of the WNBA arguments for higher pay, but now it's pretty simple. If the Vegas Aces sell for $2 million in 2021 and are supposedly worth $290 to $310 million now, why would you expect the players to just receive 9% of the revenue? The Valkyries expansion fee was $50 million 2 years ago. Today, expansion cost is $250 million. In what other profession would someone as valuable as Caitlin Clark make only $78K? So that has went a bit viral. There's a ton on it. And like I said, I would encourage you to just do your homework if you want to, and don't just talk about it because you feel like talking about it. Yeah, I'm a girl dad, so, it's kind of, I think, in my blood now. But I would just say, just figure out why it's upsetting you before you kind of lash out and get upset, because it doesn't upset me either way. I don't know if like I said, I haven't done a ton of research on it. I'm reading what I'm seeing from everybody else, and that's just kind of what I'm going off of. But I saw somebody say, I'm not arguing what people in Major League Soccer get paid, because I don't care and I don't watch Major League Soccer. So if you don't care and you don't watch the WNBA, why does it bother you? Where is the anger coming from? But that's all I wanted to say on that, because I'm still trying to figure out all this stuff myself. I think, and yeah, riding the fence is kind of the easy way out, but I do feel as if things could be done in a different way. But if they feel like they want to do it in a specific way, that's on them too. One more segment to close out the show as Kyle has found his winner, Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats. plus fast, dependable delivery. So he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com, sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals, and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio, so we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
What other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, it sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
The summer sell down is on at Maida's Elk Grove Chevy. Save $4,250 off MSRP. Every new 2025 Colorado, C71, CR2, and Trail Boss in stock. And Maida Chevy saves you $3,000 off MSRP. Every new 2025 Trax in stock. $4,250 off new Colorado. $3,000 off Trax. Exclusively at the Maida Chevy Supercenter. Now that's big, huge. See them all at MaidasChevy.com. Together, let's drive.
See current cost of Gold Star business or at the member not available with other offers.
Hi, I'm Frank LaRosa with Golf to Go. I love spending a day on the golf course with invited friends, but not with uninvited mosquitoes, which can carry serious diseases like West Nile virus. Don't let mosquito bites ruin your round or your health. Stay safe while playing golf, hiking, or enjoying the outdoors with family. Defend yourself with insect repellent. For tips about your golf game, listen for Golf to Go. But for more tips on protecting yourself and your home from mosquitoes, visit fightthebite.net.
And we're back, live during a Flex Alert. Dialed in on the thermostat. Oh, we're pre-cooling before 4 p.m., folks.
And that's the end of the third. Time to set it back to 78 from 4 to 9 p.m. Clutch move by the home team. What's the game plan from here on out?
Laundry?
Not today.
Dishwasher?
Sidelined.
What a performance by Team California. The power truly is ours.
During a Flex Alert, pre-cool, power down, and let's beat the heat together.
Summer's flying by, and that back-to-school checklist, it's growing fast. New backpack? Check. School supplies? Check. Dentist appointment? Let's fix that. Kids Care Dental and Orthodontics is making it easy to cross dental checkups off your summer list fast with priority scheduling for new patients and kid-friendly care that makes them smile. It's one less thing to worry about before fall. Call now or book online at kidscaredental.com. That's kidscaredental.com because healthy smiles should be the easiest thing to check off your summer list.
Celebrate Christmas in July with the Sacramento River Cats on Friday, July 25th at Sutter Health Park. Enjoy holiday-themed fun, exciting baseball, and special giveaways. It's a summer celebration with a festive twist. Get your tickets now at rivercats.com.
Live and local.
It's Allen Stiles
On Sacktown Sports.
Yeah, I know this one.
I know this one and Ophelia.
I know this one. Is this folk? Would you consider this folk? This folk music?
I don't know.
Let me see. Well, I belong, but I could write a song. That's all I got.
I belong with you. You belong with me, and my sweet heart.
One of the world's most beloved bands. That's what it says on their Spotify.
If you're on their Spotify, scroll down until it says fans also like. Like, what are other...
They don't have it. Oh, fans also like Mumford and Sons.
Okay, that's...
Vance Joy.
I think they're on this too. There's a chance you might also see Vance Joy here.
Hosier, take me to church.
Yeah, people really like Hosier. I guess I wouldn't have put those two in the same category.
Yeah. That's probably James Bay. Okay, I think that's folk to me.
Yeah, I guess folk is probably the way to describe it. Mumford & Sons is a good chat. Like, I feel like them and Mumford & Sons, whatever that genre of music is, that's about the same.
There's a 916 that their fiance loves Lumineers, and they had to go to a show, and it was a rough show for them. But the fiance loved it. Another 916 says, "Darn, I thought you said tickets were for Coldplay. My HR manager really wanted to see them." Nicely done. So they stepped down over the weekend, or he did. I don't know what happened to the HR lady, but the CEO stepped down.
She's probably going to have to leave too.
I mean, you talk about, we always joke about Dennis Schroeder tricking off that money, and Nerlens Noel. I told that story earlier. He signed the qualifying offer for $4 million, tore a ligament, I believe, in his hand, and turned down 4 years, $70 million, and then went on to make a measly $24 million the rest of his career. This is a different type of trick off. And by the way, speaking of trick off, Shannon Sharp settled his situation. I saw that over the weekend. And then the young lady that he settled with made an announcement that she is making a career change. She's no longer doing what she was previously doing.
Okay, that's all you want to say?
I think you can read between the lines.
No, because you have to know what happened.
Well, she was a specific type of model of the computer, laptop, camera order.
Rhymes with Schmonley Rams.
Yes. And she retired. And we don't know how much Shannon Sharp, how much Unk had to cash out, but it was enough for her to retire. I just think the fact that I just think the fact that she announced it the day they settled is bonkers. Bonkers.
I'm just going to let that one slide on by. I don't know what to do with that.
Hey, don't get caught slipping down these streets. That's all I'm going to say. Kyle,
Speaking of slipping,
USA Today's Bob Nightingale reported last night.
Oh, I feel bad doing that now.
Why?
It's I was just trying to be silly with the pivot. Bob Nightingale didn't deserve that.
No. The A's are slipping in the standings. That's what I was going to say. You got to let me finish. The Athletics have told.
Your segue strikes
one
again.
more. Just one more.
Been a tough senior segue.
Long weekend, man. The Athletics have told teams they're wasting their time by even calling. They are not trading closer Mason Miller. I said it before, and I'll say it again. I think it's a mistake. And I love watching Mason Miller, but I'm not sure what the A's have so much young talent from a hitting perspective, from a fielding perspective. You need pitching. Luis Severino is actively trying to run away. You have to get some pitchers.
Okay, but
young pitchers.
I guess my counterpoint is, can you name another pitcher in that A's bullpen? I've been going to these games and I barely can name.
Pull up, just get rid of your AA team. Just bring everybody up.
I mean, they can't even do that apparently because their seventh inning guy now is a guy who wasn't even on the team 2 months ago in Newcomb.
Just bring everybody up, man.
They don't even have enough people to do that.
Bring up who they just draft. Whoever they just bring up.
Just throw him up there. He can eat innings out of the bullpen.
Just bring him up.
Go
ahead.
Understand the sentiment, but I honestly think like Mason Miller has had a down year. So if someone's willing to offer what they were going to offer last year, the deadline is when people get desperate for relievers. And so if you're going to trade Mason Miller, it should be at a trade deadline. I just don't think they should probably trade Mason Miller unless they're getting like a prospect that is so good that you don't think you would be able to get that player without trading an all-star.
Buy or sell. The San Francisco Giants have lost 5 straight games, and they're a bit stuck in no man's land. They are 7th in the National League. They are 2.5 games back of the Padres for the final wild card spot. Justin Verlander is old and not very good. He had some bad luck, then was not very good. His average fastball these days is 94 miles per hour, which is just not who we know Justin Verlander to be. Kyle, during their series against the Blue Jays, they trotted out 3 different leadoff hitters. 3 different leadoff hitters. Jung-Hoo Lee led off last night.
Oh, that's not great.
Yesterday. Prior to that, it was Mike Yastrzemski. Prior to that, it was Elliot Ramos. They don't know, and I'm not going to say I'm not a big Bomel guy, but I wasn't moved very much when they decided to bring him in and make him the manager, and now they've extended him. I can't really blame him for wanting to try different things. I know I bag on Jung-Hoo Lee a bit, but it's because I just don't know. I just don't think the Giants know what he's supposed to be when it comes to the rest of the lineup. Elliot Ramos has been able to hit, but he's atrocious in the outfield. They have too many guys that are first basemen or corner outfielders. Gerard Encarnacion, same idea in Sacramento. Marco Luciano, I don't know what possessed them to not throw him at second base and just throw him in right field. So now he's stuck in right field. Mike Yastrzemski's a right fielder. It's just a mess, man.
Yeah.
And I don't know. Here's my thing about buying. You're not supposed to buy. What they did with Rafi Devers made sense. Who's been awful, by the way. What they did with Rafi Devers made sense.
What a great sentence.
You don't buy because guys aren't hitting. You buy because they are hitting, but you need more. You can't buy and think, okay, this is going to wake them up. You gave up on Kyle Harrison. You need another starter. It's a mess with the Giants, man. It's a complete mess right now. They're in no man's land. If you're going to sell, if you're not going to bring up Marco Luciano, then just move off them and go get somebody. That's how I feel about it. Drive Guys are coming up next. Whitey Gleason, Kyle Draper, Jay Johnson. I believe it is just Kyle Draper today, maybe even this week. Jay Johnson in there as well. Until tomorrow, secure the bag like the beat.
Don't forget my podcast.
Gotta go.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep